Good morning. Hello, GitHub universe. It's so great to be here in person. This is amazing. And a big hello to everyone watching remotely. I'm Thomas, and I'm a developer. And there's nothing better, nothing more energizing to me than being in a room full of developers. Like so many of you, through every stage of my life, my greatest passion has always been to build with code. It started in my childhood, writing simple programs in BASIC. And then in university, I was using SUSE Linux and Emacs. In my mid-20s, I was working in an automaker, and it was Windows PC and Visual Studio. And now, today, I think I'm still in my late 20s, it's all on GitHub. It's now a code space, spinning up on my iPad, even when I'm at the airport. So much has changed, and since the rise of the internet, open source has been the engine of it all. Open source powers the world, and even those that didn't like open source to begin with are now on board. Companies, large and small, are using GitHub side by side with the open source community to build their own products and bring their big ideas to the world. And it's all of you together that have fueled this global economy. Now let me share something very special. 10 years ago, for the very first time, we published the Octoverse and reported just 2.8 million developers on GitHub. 2.8 million. A year ago, we were at 73 million, and I'm more than thrilled that as of today, now 94 million developers call us their home. But despite how fast software development has advanced, despite how much we have all grown, how much GitHub has grown, there's even greater change just ahead. I believe we have arrived at the most significant turning point in the history of software development. And the past few years have made it clear we now live in a world fully eaten by software. Every day is punctuated from beginning to end through our interactions with software. From the moment in the morning your alarm goes off, to your commute and your day at work, and maybe you don't even have a commute anymore, to the second you set your alarm again to go to sleep, you cannot escape using software. And building, running, and maintaining all the software for the world has never been more complex. As a developer, you can't just build a great product anymore. You have to do it securely. You have to do it fast. And you have to build 100 times a day. And in all of this, developers are still expected to deliver the best creations of their life every single day. And as a developer myself, having to do all this work and stringing together or self-hosting all my own tools, sure as hell isn't something that I want. It's not solving my problems. It's not putting the developer first. We are at a breaking point, and it's time for a change. It's time to iterate and build a new developer experience. And it's no longer about how we can equip developers with the tools to do more for the sake of doing more. Now we must equip developers for everything they need to be at their best and to be happier. Right? That's what we want, be happy. Because developers do their best work where they can actually enjoy the work they want to do. When they have innovations that take the weight off, not add more, and when they have one integrated platform to do it all, one place that enables the flow state where the magic happens. And as the home of all developers, we have made it our mission to build this one integrated platform where developers can do it all. And it all starts with code.
Welcome to GitHub Universe 2022.
All right. Ever since we launched Copilot, it's helped redefine productivity for millions of developers by introducing them to the magic of AI assistance. For example, instead of us searching the web for a complicated regular expression, we can simply type a comment that describes what you need and let Copilot do the rest. Or if we wanted to send a text message with Twilio, Copilot can help us generate the entire function that calls it, even if you've never used this API before. But the thing that amazes me the most is just how good Copilot is at understanding context, sometimes when you least expect it. Check this out. Here, we have a P5.js canvas, and as we press tab, Copilot helps us to draw a green house with a red door and a blue roof with 2 windows. But where did these specific colors even come from? If we scroll to the top of the file, we'll see that we wrote a comment describing the colors of each of these objects. Nothing gets past Copilot. This sort of behavior is why we refer to Copilot as an AI peer programmer, because its understanding of natural language and code gives you way more than just a productivity boost. It helps you to focus on the business logic over boilerplate and discover ideas you might not have otherwise considered, all from the comfort of your editor. Copilot is available now, and it's being used by hundreds of thousands of developers every day. And if you're a verified teacher, student, or maintainer of a popular open source project, it's completely free. In fact, roughly half of Copilot users receive Copilot for free as a result of this program. And as more developers have adopted Copilot, we've been happy to see how impactful it is in practice. For example, among developers who are using it with Python, aka my Pythonistas, 40% of the 40% of the code they write was actually synthesized by Copilot. We also ran a study with 95 developers, and we split them into 2 groups, and we asked everyone to write an HTTP server. And to our surprise, the group that used Copilot was able to complete the task 55% faster than the group that didn't. But beyond the developer excitement, we've also heard loud and clear that companies want an easy way to purchase Copilot for their entire team. So we're excited to bring the benefits of Copilot to every organization with the release of Copilot for Companies, coming this December. This will enable you to manage licenses and policy from a central location using your existing GitHub organizations. So whether you prefer Visual Studio, Visual Studio Code, IntelliJ, or Vim, developers and students alike are experiencing the amazing benefits that Copilot and AI assistants can provide. And we can't wait for you to try it out as well. GitHub is committed to ensuring that Copilot is truly available for everyone. So I want to give you a sneak peek of something we've been working on that takes the next step towards this goal. Watch this. Hey, GitHub, let's write some code. Import a graph plotting library, a function to analyze the sentiment of text with a free web service. Change it to return a Boolean, a function to plot an array of Booleans as a pie chart, an array of example text, a function to put it all together, call main. It's behind, sorry. Call main. Hey, GitHub, run program. And that was Hey GitHub. With the power of your voice, we're excited to bring the benefits of Copilot to even more developers. GitHub is renewing its vision to be the home for all developers, and this is just one of the many steps we'll be taking to make that a reality. Hey GitHub is an experiment, and we'd love to get your feedback, so sign up now to get access. Hey GitHub, drop the beat.
With the new GitHub issues, planning and tracking is at the core of how high-performing development teams operate. And at GitHub, we believe developers deserve a planning tool that's centered around them, one that seamlessly integrates with their existing workflows, and more importantly, something they actually enjoy using. That's why we've enhanced projects in GitHub issues to be developer-first and truly adaptable. Here's a product backlog, where several teams across the product are working together to ship multiple features. Each view in this board shows a different perspective and is adaptable to the needs of whoever is using it. Our sprint planning lives as a board view, so we can visualize how work flows from one week to the next, while scope gives us a table view to quickly see items in every release stage. But what if we want to see how items track across dates? Previously, you'd have to leave projects and copy start and end dates for work into a spreadsheet or other tool. But today, we're introducing the private beta for Roadmap View, a native way to keep your stakeholders up to speed on what's being worked on, what's next, and how those items span across time. And you can even update your view from month to quarter to year. So as we dive into one of these features, you can see it's broken down into scopes using task lists. For this feature, we have 3 task lists: scoring, design, and boss updates. I think they forgot a design task here, though, for when the user fails the level, so let's add a draft task to remind them. Now, many tools hard code sub-issues or children to only support one level. But remember adaptability? With GitHub projects, we can have multiple levels. If I click into Save Score, we can see that it has its own task list. And that first task has its own set of tasks. I can traverse across this hierarchy from feature to scope to task to subtasks with ease. And the breadcrumb navigation lets me quickly go back to any level. So let's switch to our feature delivery project, which tracks the status of items about to be released. You can tell this is a different project because it has custom fields and unique views. For example, there's a progress field letting us know if anything's at risk of slipping. And even from this high-level view, we get insight into issue relationships with the tracks field, allowing us to scan for subtask progress. And if we move into our releases view, which is grouped by tracked by, we can see all the issues that roll up to a particular release. I'm so pleased to say you can join the waitlist to try this out today. And if I need to update my team's plans on the go, the GitHub mobile app now supports projects in iOS and Android, allowing me to assign items or update fields right from my phone. GitHub Issues not only adapts to your current planning processes, It encourages you and it enables you to evolve and iterate as you go. With over 100 new features and along with our new betas, now is the time to give GitHub issues a try.
Sometimes I just want to dig right into the code to get my bearings without muddying up my local machine and cloning a bunch of random repositories. So let me show you a new code navigation experience we have in private beta to help with that. I've heard about this new fast-loading web framework, Fresh, based on Dino, but I haven't had a chance to play with it yet. Across all of GitHub, I can search by language and my keyword Dino. This chat app looks interesting, and it's based on the Fresh framework. Now, let's see if we can find this button, New Room, in the code. I type into our repository search, super fast, and look at that. There it was, so fast. Filters make it easy to find exactly what you need based on common criteria like language, path, or symbol. And we can also drill into a specific file, view symbols, and navigate to definitions and references. So now you can discover the context around the code and see answers to questions you didn't even know you had. But let's look at another tool that helps me roll up my sleeves and dig into the code, Codespaces. Codespaces are powerful developer environments in the cloud, spun up in seconds and completely configured for your project. The Codespaces dashboard has a curated list of templates to get you started quickly. Now, I've been wanting to play with Preact, but I don't want to risk breaking my local laptop installing a bunch of dependencies. Luckily, Codespaces has already done all of the configuration for me, so I can focus on learning and building, not setup. From the Preact template, in a single click, you can spin up a pre-configured cloud-based developer environment personalized with your themes and dot files. Index.js is already open, so I can simply make a change and get tinkering quickly. And there it is. Now, it might seem like magic, but the secret is config as code. The dev container JSON file defines how your project will build, display, and run. So every developer of this repository, every user, has the same delightful experience every time. Now remember, I didn't fork Preact. Templates let me get started quickly on my next project without needing to create a fork or repository first. Speaking of my next project, I've been wanting to explore Stable Diffusion, an AI model that allows you to generate images based on a prompt, but it doesn't run on my laptop yet. Luckily, GPUs for Codespaces are now in private preview, and not only that, I can choose which editor I use. I can now use Codespaces in VS Code or IntelliJ on my local desktop, or I can even open in Jupyter Lab. Now, this astronaut riding on a horse was cool, but what about that rainbow corgi in space? And in just a few seconds, I'm ready to make some AI. I know, it's so cute. I am ready to make some AI-generated art powered by my personal GPU in the cloud. Okay, that's a cute corgi, right? And just the image I need. Since becoming available last year, we've heard success stories from thousands of developers using Codespaces within teams and enterprise. But this is GitHub. We want to make the possibilities offered by Codespaces available to every developer. So today, I am thrilled to announce that Codespaces will be available for all GitHub users with up to 60 hours of free usage every month. So excited. The worst feeling as a developer is getting stuck before you can even get started. So use Codespaces to get in the flow and stay there.
Now I want to talk about the heart of GitHub, the open source community that powers our modern world. Open source developers build tools for the rest of us, so our job is to build the tools they need to succeed too. Over the last year, we've been hard at work to make a developer's daily community experience truly excellent. GitHub Discussions enables thousands of communities of all types to connect and build together. The GitHub profile is now fully customizable and celebrates your achievements, reflecting your unique developer life. And now, with our new privacy settings, you can control what you share online, while still being able to contribute publicly to open source. And 3 years ago, we launched GitHub Sponsors to help fund the global team of volunteers that build open source software, the ones that we all depend on. Since the open source economy on GitHub has flourished, we've doubled the number of regions served by sponsors to 68, and all of you have contributed over $25 million to open source developers and projects. That's the power of community. It's made it possible for thousands of developers to pursue their passions and contribute to open source full-time. But we often hear, more developers want to take this leap, quit their jobs, work for the internet. GitHub wants to help. And we know that we need to build an open source economy on developers' terms. So I want to discuss 3 ways we're tackling this. First, projects need durable funding over the long term, a role that companies who depend on open source can and should play. We want to lead by example here, so we're supporting our own stack. This past summer, we contributed $500,000 to the dependencies that GitHub needs to run its own software. We funded 900 people across the world and allowed them to spend more time on their projects, fixing lingering bugs, patching that security flaw, or sketching out their next release. Let's hear from some of the developers.
I received the grant from GitHub around July this year, and it really motivated me to continue doing open source. It was my first sponsorship, so it really made me feel like you can do this maybe for a living in the long run, right?
GitHub opening up the sponsorships is what allowed me to get noticed.
P5.js is an open source JavaScript library that has more than 1.5 active million users. This is a job like 24/7. So being supported by different organizations, I think, provide us the space to sometimes to take a break.
Corporate sponsorships are really important. Getting that recognition as far as like my career goes, it's one of the best things on my resume, no matter what I've launched or what I've done.
Nick, Chan, and Fran said it just right. Companies sponsoring open source means that many more developers can take a much-needed break, branch out into a new project, or jumpstart a career. This is exactly what we want to support. And we want to give developers more options on how they fund their work. With companies like these participating in sponsors, we know we can. Which brings me to our second step. Building a career in open source is uncharted territory. Who do you talk to first? What are you asking for your sponsorship? Where should I focus? Unlike most careers, there's no predictable path to follow. Last year, we launched an experiment in India called OS Grants. We gave 15 developers a simple grant that afforded them the time to focus on building their open source projects. And the results, a year later, are fantastic. As just one example, Peter Thomas used his grant to formally work on Karate Labs, which is a venture-backed startup today. We want to expand on this program globally, and that's why I'm proud to announce the GitHub Accelerator. We're going to fund 20 maintainers that want to commit to a full-time career in open source. Starting with a 10-week program, we'll provide a cash grant and mentorship from the GitHub team, open source experts who have pioneered in this space, and enterprise sponsors, where they can build a durable set of funding for the long term. Check out the application. Yeah, we want more people in this. We'll be launching our first class early next year, so be sure to apply by December 31st. We're so excited to experiment with this creative community. Our hope is that each class blazes new paths in open source, so that in the future, many others can fork and follow. Finally, open source companies are born on GitHub every day, and they're melding together the meaning of communities and enterprises building product together. We know the power of these products, and we want to invest in this vital ecosystem. So I'm excited to announce a $10 million GitHub fund in partnership with M12. We're going to specifically focus on open source dev tools, because if we want open source to be vibrant tomorrow, we got to invest in the maintainers of today. We've already partnered with a company that showcases just what this could look like, CodeC, which maps open source and company repos so developers can confidently and automatically make changes to their code. We're excited to partner with them, and we want to see a new generation of developer tools built on GitHub. We want to give developers the choice to work on open source full-time, regardless of income, regardless of location. And we hope that today's programs, supporting our stack, the GitHub Accelerator, and the GitHub Fund, will jumpstart a thriving open source economy for projects that can be a developer's passion and their livelihood.
Innovation in software happens to a large degree in the open source domain these days. You want to be part of that, you should be part of open source.
If you look at a Mercedes-Benz car, it is packed with open source components, so it's just natural for us to collaborate with others, and open source is the best model to do that.
In enterprise IT, we have decided to go all on GitHub because it helps us to share the code internally and work with the open source world.
Everyone knows GitHub, yeah. So the biggest platform out there, and that is for us a huge advantage because we do not have to explain GitHub itself. We can concentrate on the stuff that we do with that.
GitHub is for us a platform which integrates every need we have around code, around configuration, about doing our job, building the systems. So we have one platform that integrates easily and that reduces time and gives us the transparency we need. What we automated with GitHub Action is how we build the code. We do the software engineering, we test it, we simulate it, and GitHub is our core tool to make that work.
Organizations and the open source community are turning to GitHub Actions to power their continuous integration and deployment workflows. In fact, over 10 million builds a day are happening with GitHub Actions across Linux, Windows, and Mac OS. So GitHub Actions is the #1 CI/CD platform, and it's more powerful and flexible than ever. So whether you're building a small personal website or a cloud-native, mission-critical enterprise application, GitHub Actions can meet your needs. And best of all, it's closely integrated with all the other GitHub features you know and love. So if you haven't used GitHub Actions yet, it may feel a bit daunting at first. So we've invested in the Getting Started experience with simple but powerful starter templates. But notice these templates don't simply build and test my code. They can also automate security analysis or deploy my app to more than a dozen different cloud services like AWS, GCP, Azure, and more. Now, templates are great for getting started, but let's be honest, how often are you starting from scratch? It's much more likely that you've already got some other CI/CD system in place, maybe under somebody's desk or somewhere else. Now, understandably, the thought of doing it all over again in a brand new platform is not an attractive prospect. So to help with this, we've been working on a new tool called GitHub Actions Importer. With GitHub Actions Importer, we can help you not only migrate your company's automation to GitHub Actions extremely quickly, but more importantly, plan and scope the effort required to do so, and even help estimate your usage based on analyzing your existing platform use. We've already been using it with large enterprise customers that have particularly complex migration requirements, and so far we've had some great success. So far, we've seen that about 90% or more of workloads have been migrated automatically with GitHub Actions Importer. So we're really excited to start rolling that out more broadly in the coming months. So as you build up your DevOps capabilities with GitHub Actions, you'll find that your workflows will grow and become more complex. And in an organization, you want to have a common, repeatable way that applications are built, tested, and deployed. Reusable workflows mean you don't need to repeat yourself, and you can easily maintain consistency. For example, let's say I want to add a new staging environment between testing and production. But make sure that I'm deploying in exactly the same way as I will when we go to production. To do that, I can add a job to deploy to staging and simply point to the reusable workflow I already use to deploy to my production environment. This means I can guarantee the exact same behavior when deploying to both staging and production, and ensure there's no room for configuration drift or all of that copy-pasta logic. I can also call this reusable workflow from other repositories in my organization, or even other organizations. And all this means that I can trust that each deployment is doing the right thing every time. Now, another way that teams can control quality is with pull requests. You can now use GitHub Actions to deploy each pull request to its own temporary review environment. And this enables the team to easily see and interact with the changes before approving, of course, and kicking off your production CI/CD process. Now, of course, before that deployment actually gets in front of customers, you want to make sure that everything looks right. So here, we're using environment protection rules to gate a deployment to production until an appropriate person approves it. This gives us a chance to do a final check or just get sign-off before going live. Now, you can also set environment protection rules to restrict which branches can go to each environment, so you know that only your release or main branch can ever get to prod. Or you could just delay the deployment for a period of time. And it looks like this one's been approved by Thomas. Cool. Thanks, boss. In the past, you could only choose the operating system for your hosted build machines. But sometimes you want a little bit or a lot of extra power. So now you can take advantage of larger hosted runners in GitHub Actions. These runners let you build in Linux and Windows and provide compute with up to 64 cores and 256 gigabytes of RAM. Wow. One customer, Dagger.io, managed to reduce their build times dramatically just by moving to more powerful hosted runners, more than paying for itself. We have also partnered with ARM to make IoT development even easier. I'm pleased to announce that the ARM development tools, including the cross-compiler and ARM virtual hardware, are now available natively inside GitHub Actions hosted runners. So you really can build and deploy in any environment, from IoT to quantum computers to the largest cloud environments in the world. GitHub Actions can help you build, test, and deploy reliably and securely. So GitHub Actions is more powerful than ever, which is why organizations like Mercedes, KPMG, Dell, Shopify, and many more are using Actions to power their builds and deployments. And last year, we donated over 7 billion minutes of GitHub Actions to open source. So whether you're deploying a blog to GitHub Pages, or you're an open source maintainer who needs automated testing, or maybe you're the CTO of a Fortune 500 company who wants a reliable CI/CD solution, GitHub Actions is the answer.
GitHub Enterprise brings all of these features, like actions, code spaces, advanced security, and issues, into that complete developer platform, backed by the security, auditability, and compliance features that companies need with that developer experience that you already know and love. You can self-host it with GitHub Enterprise Server, or increasingly have us take care of that for you with GitHub Enterprise Cloud. Now, I recognize quite a few faces in the room from the startups and enterprises that I talk to every day. And you consistently tell me that you're trying to innovate quickly and safely. You're trying to onboard developers and integrate new teams through acquisitions and partnerships fast. You want to give those teams freedom to work the way they want, but also have confidence that your company's billing and security policies are applied consistently everywhere. The GitHub Enterprise account is designed to help you strike that right balance. Developers can work their way, while you, administrators, have full control over policies, like requiring that everyone has 2FA enabled across your organizations. In the last year, we've also made it easier to move independent GitHub organizations into a single enterprise cloud account. So even as your company is growing through things like acquisitions, you don't need to try to spin 9 plates at work every day. You can just spin one with one enterprise account. One plate you might not want to spin at work every day is also worrying about how you give access to the right people, to the right projects, from the right places. And that gets all of the more important, and let's face it, harder, as companies are moving to the cloud with teams working from anywhere. To help you manage that, GitHub Enterprise integrates directly with the identity providers you already use, such as Okta and Azure Active Directory. And now, you can use them to provide developers with a dedicated GitHub account just for work that doesn't affect their personal account at all, with enterprise managed users. In just a year since launch, almost 1,000 companies have adopted enterprise managed users. And we've recently added the ability for you to apply IP address access rules directly from your identity provider over those accounts. So your GitHub Enterprise access policies are always going to be up to date with your company. But, as Thomas said, to build faster, you do need the tools now that empower your teams whilst also securing your most valuable assets. With GitHub Enterprise Cloud, you get access to our newest features as soon as they're released. Features like the new fine-grained personal access tokens that massively reduce the surface area of credential leaks by empowering developers with individual repository targeting and over 50 fine-grained permissions, and organization administrators with full control over what access is approved. Or the ability now to track all of those tokens in your enterprise audit log. So if one is leaked, you can see exactly what it's been used for. So that is GitHub Enterprise Cloud. But if you're using Enterprise Server, we've also been shipping hundreds of these features every year to our self-hosted instances, and we're adding even more. Today, I'm pleased to announce the release of GitHub Enterprise Server 3.7. This release includes over 70 new features, like enhancements to reusable workflows with actions, so it's easier to deploy actions at scale with standardized workflows. New enterprise inner source policies that make it easier to collaborate across teams no matter what your compliance needs are. And feature 3 of 70, I promise I'm not actually going to list all 70, the launch of the security overview dashboard for all enterprise customers, so every company and security team can get a single view of risk across your enterprise. So whether you choose to self-host or join us in the cloud, GitHub Enterprise is the best tool to innovate and operate however your business demands.
Security can be complex, but as a GitHub Enterprise user, it doesn't have to be. You can embed the best security tooling directly into your development processes. GitHub Advanced Security empowers developers and security teams like you at over 1,400 companies to build securely by default, right where you're already planning, collaborating, and shipping code, all in GitHub. One of the hardest things about keeping your code secure is the constantly changing attack surface. The software supply chain is the largest attack vector today. Without insights into your code, you may never know that you have vulnerabilities in your dependencies. Dependabot makes this easy. It automatically notifies you of security issues in your code so you can quickly merge to the latest safe version. In 2022, developers updated 50% more vulnerable packages than in 2021, helping to secure 18 million projects in GitHub without the hassle of manual steps. But what about your credentials? Credential breaches are emerging as the most costly attack vector we're facing. That's why we built secret scanning. When we identify a secret, we walk you through how to take an action, like how to remediate or flag a false positive, and you have complete visibility into each secret found. You can even create your own custom patterns to detect secret patterns unique to your organization. But if you're a little lazy like me and also risk adverse, and you want to stop secrets from ever entering your code, you now can, thanks to push protection. No matter where you're working, potential secrets can be blocked before they make it into your code. And if you accidentally push a secret into GitHub, we give you the option to remove it or let your security team know why it should be there. Last month alone, push protection stopped over 1,000 secret leaks, saving teams like you thousands of headaches and thousands of hours on triaging, rotating, and remediating secrets. But what about those unknown vulnerabilities in your code base? With CodeQL, you have a widely adopted solution with a large open source libraries of queries to detect security issues in your own code. Companies like Bloomberg, Uber, Microsoft use CodeQL within their own code, and they share their queries back with the GitHub community. CodeQL already supports some of your favorite languages like Java, C++, Go, and JavaScript. Today, we're making support for Ruby generally available. And at GitHub, we don't just build our security tools, we use them too. Powering the GitHub website is mostly written in Ruby. So we use CodeQL on our own code base. With CodeQL, we've been able to remediate dozens of potential vulnerabilities in just a few weeks and kept far more from entering our code. For developers or security teams whose responsibility spans across hundreds or thousands of repositories, we're here for you too. We're committed to continuing to support you in improving your security posture across all detection types. Security Overview provides you with actionable feedback and insight across every repository you have. I'm excited to announce we're deepening the Security Overview experience with new dashboards on risk and adoption, giving you more insights into your risk posture and highlighting areas that you might be vulnerable because you don't have security features turned on. With this information, you can take action on what matters most to your organization. But it's no longer our own software we have to care about. The world has never been more interconnected. The security of our business's software and the security of open source software has never been more deeply intertwined. That makes every piece of software important, and that means we all have a role to play in keeping open source software secure. That's why in public repositories, we scan for leaked secrets and help to revoke them. Why we provide code scanning via CodeQL for free. Why Dependabot will always be forever free for all repositories and all users. That's why Security Lab researchers will continue to publicly share all discovered vulnerabilities within our open source advisory database. But we still need to do more for open source maintainers and security researchers. Today, I'm pleased to announce private vulnerability reporting. It's a game changer. Maintainers and security researchers together play a critical role in keeping open source secure. It can be really difficult to responsibly share vulnerabilities found in a public project, and we want to make that easier. With private vulnerability, people can now privately disclose vulnerabilities to just the maintainers of the open source project. Together, you can now find a fix, remediate, then publish your CVE, all within GitHub. This dramatically reduces the burden on open source maintainers who are volunteering their time and skill to run our open source projects. Developer and security teams no longer should compromise on agility or need to use out-of-sync tooling to secure their code. With GitHub Advanced Security, security can be something that enables you to ship quickly and with confidence.
This was amazing, right? Woo! 15 years ago, the first line of code was committed to build GitHub, the initial commit. And since then, we've always had one purpose, to put the developer first. Over the years, through every iteration, from the pull request to Copilot, this has remained our mission. Because putting the developer first also puts everybody first who depends on a developer. And 15 years later, we have arrived at the moment where this is more necessary than ever. Today, you have seen our biggest innovations yet across the entire developer lifecycle. From picking up your first task in issues and projects, to booting your dev environment in code spaces, and then in your code editor, using Copilot to write code more efficiently, to then even using your voice with Hey GitHub. And when you're done with coding, it goes to submitting your pull request, securing your code with advanced security, automating everything, not just CI/CD, everything with actions, to pulling in more than 15,000 integrations from our marketplace. Integrations with the whole developer ecosystem and all of our partners. And through everything, collaborating with the open source community who empower us all. And all these things standing on their own would have seemed like science fiction, like Star Trek, just 15 years ago. But it's what all these innovations are designed to achieve together that is most important to us. Like we've always done, we built this new developer experience, this one integrated platform for one single purpose: to put the developer first. Because ultimately, developers will build their best when they have one single place to do it all. One place with everything developers need to be creative, to be happy, to build a better, more brilliant tomorrow for everyone. And GitHub is this one place, the only place where this is truly possible. Thank you so much for being here today, and thank you even more for coming on the journey ahead with us. Have a great universe, and let's build from here.
Hey everybody, what an incredible kickoff for Universe. In case you missed it, I'm April Leonard, Staff Software Engineering Manager. And technology moves fast, but working at GitHub, we build tools to help you move even faster. So today, I'm going to show you how to get coding faster with code spaces. Terrible pun, I know, couldn't help myself. But code spaces solves problems that you don't realize you have. We don't think twice about checking out code, downloading dependencies, and then fighting with dependency conflicts, installing tools, and then debugging bad interactions with other tools, and then switching branches and the constant maintenance of our developer environments. The good news is that with code spaces, you never have to worry about any of this ever again. Just select a repository and go. You get a clean, isolated, pre-configured environment with the power of config as code. So let's take a moment to talk about the evolution of software and how revolutionary this is. If we have a bug that we want to fix, like a change that we want to make, how do we get that into the hands of our users? Back in the 2000s, early 2000s, like the aughts, I don't know, it was a long time ago. I was an engineer on a team deploying an on-premise solution, which meant we packaged up our code, we pre-installed it on a tower, and we physically shipped it to the customer's business site. Time to confidence in my change was months. And then we pivoted to software as a service model, hosting our code in data centers, and responding to change was much faster at this point. And then with the rise of cloud-hosted services, we moved away from our data centers and we offloaded the maintenance burden of procuring hardware and patching servers to keep up with the latest security and firmware upgrades. One more step of simplification. And then Docker and Kubernetes came along to help us isolate and scale our applications, and this brought our developer environments one step closer to production. I might fix multiple bugs in a day. Each of these moments and technologies fundamentally shifted how developers work. And yet with all these improvements, we still struggle with works on my machine. When I started at GitHub 2 years ago, I struggled for days to get my environment set up with our 10-year-old Ruby monolith. To debug my issues, I needed to figure out what on my machine was different from the other 600 engineers who all had slightly different setups. I looked at what recent OS upgrades I might have done, what processes were running, and whether Docker was allocating enough memory. There were so many permutations of what could go wrong that I was ready to table flip. I'm supposed to know how to do this stuff, right? And then we adopted Codespaces, your developer environment in the cloud. Codespaces automates environment setup. It hands you a fully built and ready machine that is exactly the same every time in seconds. So instead of comparing production to each of those 600 engineers' machines, you only have to compare them to one at any point in your Git history. And it works on every machine, in every tool, and for everyone. Since we made Codespaces available to GitHub teams and enterprises last year, we're seeing users onboard their teams faster and improve their developer experience. But of course, this is GitHub, and we want to make this experience available to everyone. So in case you missed it this morning, I'm thrilled to announce again that Codespaces will be available over the next week for all GitHub users with up to 60 hours of free usage every month. So excited. So we don't want to focus on fighting with our developer environments. We want to focus on building what matters, but with your experience, your tools, wherever you are, with the best practices of config as code built in. So let's dive in. The first thing I'll show you is that you can create a code space from any repository. So for example, this is a little React project that I'm working on. From the code dropdown, Usually I would clone locally, but instead I can simply switch to the Code Spaces tab, and by pressing this little plus button, I can create a code space. Now, I already have a code space running on this branch right here, but if I switch branches, let's go over here to main, and let's try implement checkout. There we go, back to the code dropdown. Then the code spaces takes this into account. So really, I can have as many code spaces on as many branches as I want, or really from anywhere in your Git history. You'll also find that code spaces are now in the top navigation header. So we'll go ahead and click on that, and we land on the code spaces dashboard. Here we have access to these quick start templates, a curated list of getting started experiences, and then a list of the code spaces that you can sort by repository. So first, let's create a blank code space. When I click that button, a developer environment is spinning up in the cloud, pre-installed with an image that we call the universal image. It has a common set of tools and runtimes like Python, Node, Docker, and even ML libraries like Conda and PyTorch. We maintain the image so that you don't have to keep up on the latest tooling and security patches. Go ahead and zoom in here a little bit so you can see a little better. Resize this window. The best part about templates is I didn't fork a repo. So if we show the hidden files here in the root is what I meant to say, in the root directory. So I'm going to type in ls-la. It's going to show our hidden files as soon as we get connected here. So we'll make sure I'm hardwired in, which I am. We'll give this just a moment. There we are. All right, ls-la. And there you can see that you might recognize that there's no Git folder. The blank template doesn't even initialize Git. So it's a completely clean environment, just like local, that I can just like mess up and delete when I'm done. And Code Spaces loads your experience. So our dot files are loading. I have my GitHub theme here, and my VS Code extensions are installing. So right here in the bottom right-hand corner, you should be able to see that I've got Copilot. So let's create a file called test.js, and I'm going to ask Copilot to create a nested loop, 3 levels deep. All right, I think Copilot's not actually installed. I'm just gonna take a minute here. Copilot, where are you? Hey, Copilot. That's not working on my, I didn't actually get that started. All right, what? I will say I'm really confused, but that's okay. Sometimes this happens. That's what happens in live demos. That's how you know it's live. That's why I'm doing it like this, right? Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, okay, Copilot, you're with me. Are you with me, Copilot? A nested loop, 3 levels deep. And thank you, Copilot. Much better. All right, well, so you're gonna laugh, right? Because the whole point I wanted to do that was so that I could show you that my indent rainbow extension is also loaded. Which I think it's not, but that's okay. And then lastly, what I can tell you is loaded is, you might notice here, is this like this beautiful JS? That's my material icon, or my material icon theme, which I just always like to have because it shows me all of my file types at a glance. So I showed you like the extensions that I love, right? You're gonna have the extensions that you love. But Code Spaces also loads my dot files. So my favorite tools are always with me. For example, I'll start a new, actually I can just leave this same terminal window, but I'm gonna start a new session, a new tmux session called new, let's call it universe demo. All right, so there I have my tmux session started, and I'm gonna type in a new window, and let's start top over here. right? So like I can have top on one side, and I can have my favorite processes, my favorite windows, like my setup wherever I want. And so because this all loaded through my dot files, you can actually share productivity tips with anyone simply by sharing your dot files repository. And that's really powerful for teams, right? My experience, if you're pairing with somebody and they're like, oh, that's really cool, you can just be like, here it is. And your dot files are automatically loaded with code spaces. Because as developers, we get very attached to our tools. And for every project, I have a slightly different setup. So often it's VS Code in the browser, it's all I need, but let's take a look at our options. Because Codespaces integrates with your favorite tools. So what we're gonna do is we'll switch back to the Codespaces dashboard right over here, and we'll just refresh the page so that we can see that new blank template that we were just working on together. I go right over here to the triple dots in the bottom right-hand corner, press open in, and you can see here that we have VS Code in the browser, we have VS Code desktop, and now we also have in beta JetBrains and Jupyter Lab. So if you're a Vim user, you can also connect to your Codespace directly from the GitHub CLI, like this. GHCS SSH. That stands for GitHub Codespaces SSH. And it just gives us an automatic list of all the Codespaces that we want. So let's go ahead and look at our automatic waffle here, which is the one that we just created together. And now we have a terminal attached to our Codespace. So from here, I can even view that tmux session that we just started by typing tmux attach session -t, and I think we called it universe demo. There you go. You know it's the exact same machine in the cloud. And the CLI is a powerful tool for managing your Codespaces. So I'll switch to a new session over here. And let's take a look at GHCS, which shows us all of the commands that we have available. So we can copy files between your local machine and your Codespace. We have CRUD operations. You can manage the visibility of your ports and even rebuild. The CLI provides you incredible access to your remote machine in the way that works for you, and the ability to automate common scripts and full access to the Codespaces API. So Codespace really meets you where you are, on any device with the browser, so I can switch seamlessly between my laptop and my tablet, depending on whether I'm working at home, heading to the coffee shop, or on my commute. All right, so next, we're gonna spin up a little Next.js project together. I'm sure many of you have already done this before because Next is super cool. But if you haven't, traditionally, we would start with something like this, the docs. Now, it's a lot of steps that we're gonna have to walk through. And even if you haven't looked at Next.js before, it's pretty much the same with any technology, right? There's a guide, there's a blog, or a README to get you started. But what if I told you there's a better way that automates these steps for you? Let's take a look at spinning up a Next repository the Codespaces way. So from your Codespaces dashboard, we'll go here and select the See All link. And we can see all these templates that we have available. So we'll simply select the Next.js template, and that's it. That's all the steps, and it just works. Behind the scenes, we're spinning up a remote environment. We're downloading the code from the backing repository, installing dependencies, running the application, and displaying the output. And we're connected to a Codespace now. npm run dev is running automatically, and the core files that drive this experience are opening too. So I don't know about you, but it might seem a little bit like magic, but it's just config as code right next to your project. The dev container JSON file is a document that defines how your project will build, display, and run. So let's take a look while the server is finishing running. I'll open the dev container folder here, and we'll bring up dev container JSON. Actually, I'll make this a little bit smaller, and this a little bigger. There you go. There you go. So what we do here is we specify the minimum host requirements, the build, the file that should open on launch, and which processes to start and which ports to forward. So every time that someone creates a Codespace from this repository, they get the same exact, delightful experience. I have the full power of VS Code in the browser with my terminal and my running application. And since index.js is the file that drives this experience, it's already open. I don't have to remember whether it's index.js or app.js or hashtag.js. I can just make a quick change. And here, let's call it, where is our fast? Let's call it universe. Universe demo, and how about getting us a nice emoji? And there it goes. I actually didn't even press save. And we see our change right away. So instead of sitting back and consuming information about how to explore new frameworks, I get to spend more time tinkering and playing with the code. You might have noticed that source control is tracking our changes. You can tell from the source control tab over here. That's right. So we have Git initialized, but we still didn't create a fork of this repository. It's not connected to a repo until we decide to turn this project into something more. So I can commit my change. Excellent. And yes, I do want to stage it. And I can create a repository. Let's make it public. And I'll call it my next idea. So now I can start building out my project with actions, dependabot, pull requests, and all the other tools that I need to start iterating. I didn't even have to break out of my coding flow, and now I'm ready to collaborate. I'm partnering with my friend Burke, who is a VS Code expert, here to show you a little bit more about the magic of code spaces in VS Code. Hey Burke, I just pushed up this new repo called Next Idea. Let's jam on it.
How's it going? Thank you, April. Hey folks. My name is Burke, and I'm being asked to log into the VPN, and I'm just going to decline that right away. I work with the VS Code team at Microsoft, and yeah, let's jump right in here and get started. Now, the first thing we'll do is dismiss this window again, and then come up here and see about turning this off. Let's just disconnect. Perfect. Problem solved. Nope. OK. VPN or no VPN. Normally, what we'd have to do here is we'd have to come fork, right? And then we'd come over and click the code tab. We'd come over and we'd clone. We'd pull it down locally. We wouldn't read the README because we don't need that. We'd do some Googling. 30 minutes later, we'd give up and actually read the README, and then maybe we'd be up and running. But today, we're not going to do any of that. We're just going to click code, and then we're going to go to code spaces, and we're going to create a code space right here in the browser. Now, I feel like in the interest of full disclosure, I should tell you, I do work on the VS Code team at Microsoft, and so I'm a little biased. I love VS Code. I love VS Code. This is my VS Code. This is my local VS Code. You're looking at it here. This is my theme. It's called Cobalt 2. You're welcome to steal that, use it for yourself. It's a beautiful theme. I've got tons of icons here in my activity bar, including things I use a lot, like Docker and Azure. All my extensions are here. Even more disturbing, my sidebar is on the right. I mean, y'all look, this thing's totally customized. I can order pizza directly from my VS Code, right? There's literally an extension for everything. That's the magic of VS Code. Now listen, this may seem strange to you, but for me, this is home. I'm comfortable here. And if there's one thing that we know on the VS Code team, it's that it's not our VS Code, it's your VS Code. It's what you do with it that makes it great. And having that familiar environment is like a warm blanket for your soul when you're jumping into a new project or code that you've never seen before. And with VS Code and code spaces, you can take this experience, your experience with you, no matter where you are. So let me show you how. In VS Code, from the gear, we'll click on Turn On Settings Sync. And then from here, we have some options on what we want to turn on. Settings are things like your sidebar on the right, keyboard shortcuts, any shortcuts that you've defined, any user snippets that you've defined, or tasks for running projects. All of your extensions can be synced, and your UI state, which is things like your themes. So we'll just sign in with our GitHub account. And you'll see this happens pretty quickly, and our settings are now synced up to GitHub. Now, how does this actually work in the real world? Let's toggle back over to our browser, and here you see the same project that April had, but it's running for me with my settings, right? So this is my VS Code running here in a code space. My sidebar's on the right. I got my nice theme here. Again, that's Cobalt 2. I can't say that enough. It's a great theme. You should use it if you're not using it. It's awesome. Great ones out there. That's my fave. Now, another thing that we just added in VS Code is a secondary sidebar. Because you like the first sidebar so much, we added a second one for you. And so I actually toggle this with a custom keyboard command, and I like to put my find in the secondary sidebar, right? I want it to have a dedicated spot. And if you don't know this about Visual Studio Code, you can literally just take things and drag them around to where you want them to be and just drop them, okay? And everything in VS Code works this way. So for instance, if we're looking at the timeline in VS Code, it shows the history of the current file that we're in. And you may think to yourself, yeah, that's cool, but that would make more sense in the source control view. No problem, just pick it, drop it over here, right here on the source control view, and you can literally customize VS Code and make it exactly the way that you want it to be. Now, by default, we do a one-way sync for all of your settings when you turn settings sync on to your code space, even if you haven't turned it on in your code space. A one-time, one-way sync. If you want a true two-way sync, you can come and turn on settings sync here in the browser, the same way we did locally, and now any changes you make in the browser will be reflected everywhere else you have settings sync turned on. All right, now, I don't know anything about Next, but that's great. It appears I don't have to, it just kind of works. But I do know a little bit about React, so what I want to do here is just kind of jump in and make a change and see if we're going to start working on this project. So let's see, let's jump over to our index file here. And what I want to do is create, let's just add maybe an H2 here. So we'll just do an H2 and just say hello from VS Code. There we go. Oh, it failed to compile, did it? How about now? That's what I thought. All right. So hello from VS Code. Now, I would, this is great. I like this. But I'd love to change the color of the font. But I can't remember how to do that in React. I always forget this. Oh, this is embarrassing because it's a demo. But you know what? We do have full VS Code here, and that means that we can take advantage of things like Copilot. So maybe if we just ask Copilot for an H2 with inline style. Perfect, that's exactly what I wanted, yes, all right. So this is a red H2. It's an object, I always forget that. Copilot is great at helping you with the little things. So we'll just say hello from VS Code, all right. So now, you know what, I've decided, hey, I really like this, I want to work on this, I want to invest some time into this. We could do that right here in the browser. We could have 50 code spaces running at one time if that's what we wanted to do. But sometimes if you have a long-running work stream, right, you're going to invest in something long-term, you might want to bring that and work on it locally. And you can seamlessly move from the browser to your local VS Code from the menu by selecting Open in VS Code Desktop. This will reload our local VS Code and connect directly to that code space. Now, when this code space comes up, what you'll notice is that even though we're local, down here in the left-hand corner, if I can zoom in a bit, you can see we're actually connected to code spaces. That's called the remote indicator, and that's how we know. If I toggle that sidebar, you can see we've got the sidebar here locally, and eventually all of this will sync because we turned on settings sync in the browser as well. We can also run this locally just like we did in the browser. So if we go over to our ports, we can open up our application here in the browser. And if you notice here, we might still be, are we still firing up? Let's see here. Where's our terminal? Yeah, I think we're still compiling, but if you notice here, it's going to run it right here on this 127, so everything feels local even though you're actually running in a code space. And that's the magic of working with code spaces. So now you have your own environment, the place where you feel comfortable, but all of this has happened in the span of a couple of minutes. In the real world, you might do this a lot, because code spaces are super easy to spin up and then knock down. They can be very ephemeral environments. And so you can manage those from github.com, and you can do it directly from Visual Studio Code. So with the code spaces extension here, I'm going to come over. We can see all of my code spaces that I have created at the moment for all of the accounts that I've got. So here's the one we're working on. You can see it's green because it's actually running. And we can do things here like delete a code space. We can even add a code space from here. You can paste in the URL to a GitHub repo, or we could just go search GitHub right here from Visual Studio Code and create a new code space. Best of all, y'all, we can change the machine type. Look at this. We can get 32 cores and 64 gigs of RAM. Yes, you can literally upgrade your development environment with one click. That is the magic of code spaces. All right, so let's connect back to this code space we were in. Now, we've talked a lot about customization and how important that is, and it is important for you as an individual, but it's also important for code spaces itself. So when April was talking before, she mentioned this configuration as code, and that allows us to configure this environment, the VS Code environment, for anyone who creates a code space from this repository. So for instance, I have the ESLint extension. It's installed for me locally, but if I could put it in the code space, it would improve the experience for anybody who uses this project. And we can do that with a right click and then saying add to dev container JSON. Now, when we do this, it will add the configuration to this file here. So let's take a look at that. And if you scroll down, you can see it's added this section here specifically for VS Code, and any extensions will be in that extensions array. Furthermore, we can specify any setting for VS Code here in this configuration file. For instance, if we figure everybody's sidebar needs to be on the right, we could do that. Don't do that. That's not very nice. Don't move people's sidebars, although I do it. Instead, what you should do is, it's really good for doing things like ESLint, certain properties of this extension. Always show status. Let's set this to true. That way, everybody can always see the status of ESLint in their status bar, which will be nice. Now, what we want to do is we want to go ahead and check this back into April's repo so that she can get the benefits of the ESLint extension and the settings that we've added here. But if you remember, we never actually forked this repo, right? We just started coding. So how does this exist? If I commit code, where does it go? I don't know. Let's find out. So I'm going to come here to the source control. This was our change that we made. We'll go ahead and get rid of this. And let's go ahead and commit this dev container file. And we'll just say add ESLint config and commit. Now, we've committed this file. We're ready to sync it. Sync it to what? Well, because it's Visual Studio Code and code spaces, we take care of this for you. So if we look back at our terminal here and we do a git remote, you'll see that that's not a valid command. Oh, by the way, you see that little light bulb right there? Look at this. We actually fix, if you click on it, it says, did you mean to run git remote-v? Why, yes, I did. Thank you very much, Visual Studio Code. OK, so there we have an origin has been set for us and the upstream, right? This has all been configured for me. I didn't have to do any of this. So now, let's go ahead and push. And what I want to do is I want to create a pull request. So normally, we might jump out and go to github.com and do that. We could still do that. But with the GitHub issues and pull request extension right here in the sidebar, which is included in the code space, we can create a pull request right here from Visual Studio Code. So right here from the sidebar, we should be able to create a pull request directly against, you know what we should do though, probably, what would be better is if we created a feature branch. There we go. Update, config. All right, and then maybe we will publish this branch and to the origin, and we'll submit a PR on that one instead. All right, so I managed to get my Git in a state where I can't push the branch or create the PR, but you can create PRs directly from Visual Studio Code, excuse me, right here with the GitHub issues, pull request and issues extension, even manage them from Visual Studio Code. bringing everything into the inner loop, into the place where you feel comfortable. So that's Visual Studio Code and Codespaces. It's your VS Code. Take it with you no matter where you are or where you're working. Happy coding. April?
Thanks, Burke. I'm so excited to learn how your changes are going to make me more productive. So speaking of learning, there are tons of ways to learn and explore new languages and frameworks, and I'm excited to share with you today that LinkedIn Learning has over 50 courses integrated with Codespaces. They cover 6 of the most popular programming languages, as well as topics like data science, AI, machine learning. These courses will be unlocked on LinkedIn Learning for free through February 2023, so definitely go and check it out. I know I'm going to. But I want to tell you about a little bit earlier in my career when I was also still learning how to code. I had my own office. This is a long time ago. I would spend most of my day coding without interruption, right? I'd close my door. But today, I don't close my door on my teammates. We work together. Like Burke and I were just collaborating and learning from each other. And that's why it's not just about building what matters, but doing it together. And Codespaces makes it really easy to collaborate, whether you're working in real time, working asynchronously, or with a larger open source community. So let me show you. We're going to head back over to our next idea. And sometimes I have someone like Burke who I'm pairing on the code with, but other times I just want to show off my work to my product manager or designer. Now, Codespaces are secure by default, which means they're private. So let's go over here to the Ports tab, and we can see here our visibility is private. But I'm going to go ahead and right-click, go to my port visibility, and I can actually make this public or private just to my organization. So I click this, I'm making this port private, and I can go to this preview, and now I can actually share this link with anybody. And I mean, you could actually go to this link right now, and you can share your work as it's in progress and have somebody execute that running application and give you feedback right there. Another way that I can real-time collaborate is with the live share extension. So back here in our code, I can go to live share, and I can now share in real time. I can invite people to collaborate directly on this code space with me live. Or we can invite a bunch of people and start a party programming session. I don't know if party programming is a thing, but you heard it today. So once my project gets a little bigger, I'm going to start getting more collaborators, right? I'm going to want to start managing managing my changes with pull requests. And since the GitHub CLI is automatically installed in the universal image, I can create a PR directly from the command line, so I don't even have to break my coding flow. We'll go to the terminal window, start a new terminal window, thank you, and GHPR, and there it is. I can just create, do anything I want to right here with PRs. So sometimes I think about Codespaces like Git Stash, but it's for my entire laptop. So we're going to go ahead and stash our project next idea because I want to show you really quickly what it's like when I collaborate with my team at GitHub and how Codespaces integrates into my workflows. So this is a map of my team. We are split across time zones, so real-time communication isn't always possible. We rely heavily on asynchronous collaboration, which we do through pull requests. In fact, right now, let's go ahead and take a look at a pull request from my team, one of my team members, Emerald. So back here at my demo. Now, I don't want Emerald to get blocked with getting these improvements in, but when I'm in the flow, it can be really hard to switch contexts. So instead of when I'm working locally, stashing my changes, switching branches, maybe rebuilding, I simply go to any pull request, like this one from Emerald. I select the code dropdown right here, and I create a code space from her last commit. This is another one of those friction points that I didn't realize that I had until Codespaces handed me a completely isolated and pre-built environment at exactly the right point in Git history, so I can switch contexts more easily. But there's another place that I'm contributing to PRs, another place where we build together, and that's the open source community. Codespaces is a game changer for open source, for maintainers and contributors alike. So this demo that I just showed you is incredible for keeping maintainers productive and reviewing PRs. You can spin up as many laptops in the cloud as PRs to review, making it easier to juggle and manage all the incoming requests. And once that PR is merged, delete the code space. And if you're a contributor, think about this. Every project has a slightly different structure and tool set. And oftentimes they're complex, and you have limited time to contribute. So let's take a look at an open source project and really dig into that complexity. All right, code spaces manages complexity so that you don't get stuck halfway through configuring your environment. With support for complex project types, powerful machines, easy configuration, and fast continuous rebuilds, there's a rich and powerful tool set for maintainers and contributors to make the community better for everyone. All right, so we're gonna check it out here with a repository called QuestDB. It's an open source project, a high throughput time series database that I've been tracking because I'm a total data nerd. And I've been working on this code space from a fork of this project on a new branch called Bootstrap Codespaces. I've added a dev container JSON file. And this is a Java project, by the way. So if we scroll down here, you can see it's like 88% Java. And I was a Java developer in my past life, and my primary IDE was IntelliJ. So when I'm coding in Java, it's my preferred tool. I can come up here to the code dropdown. I can select Open In, and let's select the JetBrains Gateway. Excellent. So you figured out exactly which code space I want to create. And I just want you to call out here that we also have access to RubyMine, PyCharm, PHP, WebStorm, and Golang. So I'll leave IntelliJ connected, and we'll jump right in. So I get the power of code space of IntelliJ without even having to install the IDE or Java on my machine. That's right. In all my developer tools, except for a thin client, are located in a secure and isolated remote environment, so I don't ever have to worry about Java conflicts ever again. So in our IntelliJ run configurations, they're already loaded, so we can simply come up here and run the server. Now, with this, what this will do is it's going to spin up a web console so that we can interact with our database. It's right over here. Localhost 98,000, but as you know, this is actually running in the cloud. So this is our beautiful web console. It's like one of my favorite things about QuestDB. It's really, really nice to use. And I'm gonna go ahead and I've got some pre-seeded data here. I'm gonna run, and awesome, there's our data. So in a few seconds, we're up and running and exploring this project. Now, one of the things that I tend to do when jumping into a new open source project to contribute is figuring out what the critical paths are and how the project is formed. Now, a powerful way to do this is finding a test and that does something important and then add a breakpoint, and you can just trace through the stack. So let's do that together. Now, if we come back here to the test that I picked out, which is the SQL compiler test, I'm guessing, just taking a guess, that my class under test here is SQL compiler, so let's go ahead and search for that. And there it is. So it looks like, yeah, we've definitely got, we're constructing a new SQL compiler right here. So let's go to the top of this test, and I put a breakpoint already here in our SQL compiler. Excellent. I'm gonna go ahead and right-click, and let's debug this test. This is what I love about code spaces. Did it go? Yes. Nice. Okay, so I am terrible about reading code. I am an active learner. I want to play with the technologies, not just read about them. So I've hit my breakpoint. I can start investigating the stack trace and build a mental map from the connections, right? I'm ready to jump into a good first issue. So let's think about that, right? We went directly from starting our environment, we found a test, and we're just up and running. Now, QuestDB runs in a single Docker container, but what about mono repos and microservices? Codespaces supports these too. So here, I'll show you back at our QuestDB repository. So from here, QuestDB, we're going to spend most of the rest of our time in this code dropdown in these three little dots right here. And now what we can do is create a code space, but with options. So from here, you can see that we have multiple dev containers to work with. So if you're working on a mono repo, you can define multiple dev containers in the same repository so each collaborator can work on a code space tailored to their needs. Now, if you remember, I seeded the Quest database with some data. And so if you had different teams working on the same code base and they had different data needs that they're working on, all you need to do is create a new, so they're working on different components of the system. All you need to do is create a new dev container. And you have access right here to a different, kind of like a profile. It's like a different profile. So you have just like a different profile in your system. But what if I have microservices that contain dependencies across multiple repositories? You can configure your dev container to pull in those code bases as well, leveraging GitHub authentication to ensure secure access. So GitHub has, or Codespaces has all these complex cases covered. And let's take a look at our machine type here. We have access to 4, 8, 16, 32 cores, and also in private beta, 6 cores as well. Super powerful machines. You'll notice here, 2 cores aren't available because I set the minimum requirements in the dev container to 4 cores because I just want to make sure that everybody who's spinning this up has a really great experience. All right. So now we talked a little bit about these multiple dev containers. I actually want to show you just how easy it is to configure a dev container. So we're going to come back here in our code dropdown to these 3 little dots, and we'll configure a dev container. Dev containers are truly powerful, but they're also super easy to configure. So from our repository, here we go, you can see this is the dev container that I was already working on for this project. Let's see, like if I just kind of start typing some important information here, you're going to see some squiggles. That's because we go ahead and we're making sure that we're parsing this file. But what I really want to show you, and I want to draw your attention to, is this features section. Features are reusable configurations, kind of like building blocks that help you configure your environment with common frameworks, language support, and tools. So for an example, right here you can see that this is SSH is what we're loading in here. So if we type SSH, you can see that this is an SSH server, which allows remote connections from the terminal. And it's created by the dev container core team, and it has the blue check mark so that we know it's been verified. Now I have the documentation in line right here. If we click on that, right here, so I can just copy it right over. And we already have this one access, but yep, copy right over, and there it is. And I can build my dev container in this way. Now, we also, if we go back here, we can see that we could bring in Java, we can bring in Node, Python, and for each of these images, it has tons of versions, right? So this is really powerful. You don't have to have your own image. You can take advantage of the pre-configured images and tools that you need, and the dev containers team will handle all of the versions for you and all of those tools. So I can build out my dev container. I can also do this, pro tip, in VS Code and rebuild right in line and iterate on my environment. All right, so the last thing that I want to show you is, actually we'll go ahead and cancel out these changes. The last thing that I want to show you is, where do we go? There, code dropdown. There we go. From these 3 dots is setting up pre-builds. Pre-builds give you the ability to run code spaces incredibly quickly. It's like continuous integration for your developer environment. And it's all powered by actions. So depending on the size and complexity of your project, it might take a few minutes, but maybe much longer to create your environment. So we can create as many configurations as we like, so let's take a look at one of them. So for each configuration, you can tie it to a branch, and you can create as many as you want here. You can also set the triggers that you need on every push, on every configuration change, and you can really configure it for your needs based on the regions that you want or the number of templates that you want to maintain. And so if we click in to see the output of one of our configurations, you can see that this is actually powered by actions. It's right here in the tab. So you can click in and debug on any configuration and make sure that's successful, or debug it if it's not. In the last 7 days, over 600 branches, the average time saved pre-building was about 10 minutes. That's 10 minutes for every developer who didn't have to pull, build, and run. We just let computers do what they're good at, automating away our toil. So now you know a little bit more about the types of problems that Codespaces can solve for you, the keystrokes that you can save, and how to get in the flow and stay there. We've been really productive today. Nice work, y'all. We certainly got coding fast. We did a bit of prototyping, we started a PR review, we spun up a complex OSS project to contribute back to the community, all in our spare time. Codespaces has fundamentally changed my workflow for the better. You know that feeling of getting a new laptop and being simultaneously excited for a clean slate and annoyed by the thought of setting it up? We get the best of both worlds. Every time you start a Codespace, it's new and fresh and clean. Yet you have just what you need to get productive quickly and focus on the most important part of your job, building awesome projects. So whether you're working on a slide project, starting something new, or working on a complex application for work or open source, try Codespaces out and get coding faster. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. How we doing here at GitHub Universe? Ooh. Mr. Hampton.
I'll let you go, Scott. Have a great conversation.
See remote in Portland, Oregon?
Can we hear Brian? What's happening?
All right, I hear Scott. Do you hear me?
Hey, how are you doing, sir? We're crossing the streams.
This is crazy. I thought we don't do that. That's a Ghostbusters problem. It's going to change the universe, man.
Cats and dogs living together, mass hysteria. So you have like like water behind you right now. You're in the middle of a fountain.
I am. A fountain here in sunny San Francisco for GitHub Universe. Even the sun thought they should come out for our wonderful event.
Very, very exciting stuff. Well, thanks for letting us jump into your stream, and thank you for jumping into our stream. Appreciate that.
It's wonderful. We love .NET developers. So rumor has it, you guys have this amazing thing going on telling the world about a great new version of .NET.
We are, in fact. Yeah, we just launched .NET 7, and just a few minutes ago, I was talking with Richard Campbell and showing him how I've got GitHub Actions, going and building my entire website, testing it, running Dependabot. I've got CodeQL. I've got security updates. I feel like I have a DevOps team, except it's just me, right?
A DevOps team of one. That's fantastic. Love it.
Yeah. So I put together a couple of things for you that might make you smile. First, I've got this lovely slide that includes the shiny GitHub Universe. So we got the cooperative crossover for our friends at GitHub. But I think you might get a kick out of this here. You see my LEDs in the background?
Oh, what do you got going on there? Oh, glowing Mona. Oh, that is wonderful, Scott.
Put the Octocat up.
So you know what's wonderful about that is I know in your heart of hearts you're a tinkerer and you like to hack things. So have you got your mail yet today?
Have I got my mail today? I have not yet received my mail. Do I need to go outside?
Well, no, something's coming for you. We have sent you a special gift, a hackable Raspberry Pi GitHub Universe badge just for you.
Oh.
So Martin Woodward thought of you. It should hopefully even be there today. We just want to share the love with our buddies. A little ink display, put your name on it, or tell a story, whatever you want to do.
Oh, that is very cool. You know, actually on my desk right now, I've got, Meadow.NET devices. The Meadow just had their release 1.0 release candidate, so I can run .NET on tiny devices. I've got .NET running on Raspberry Pis with our friends at PyTop. So adding a Raspberry Pi device to my my pile here is going to be perfect. I've even got this Wilderness Labs project lab right here. And so in this case, I'm actually putting together a weather station, working on a weather station, again, powered by .NET.
It's a wonderful world we live in. It's amazing. So look for this in the mail and let us know what you think. Put some photos on Twitter for us.
Oh, absolutely. I appreciate that. Yeah. Now, you've been heads down, of course, focused on GitHub Universe, but have you seen some of the cool stuff going on with .NET 7?
Yes, and I've actually been able to work with it, but why don't you tell the community what we've got for them, because a lot of the Hubbers were heads down today with our keynote.
Yeah. So, there's a couple of the highlights here that I'm excited about. I just literally updated my Visual Studio just a few minutes ago, but I was pointing out to Richard Campbell that we've got native support for ARM64, which is really, really cool. So that's cool for a couple of reasons. First, I've got just over here on my standing desk the new Windows Dev Box, which is an ARM64 device. So we've got native ARM. So I've got both native ARM for .NET 7 and native ARM for Visual Studio itself, which is really cool. And right over here, I can grab my Surface Pro X ARM-based device, which I can now run Visual Studio and .NET 7 on. So we're starting to see a lot more action in the ARM space, which is really, really cool. And then it is great news. And then, of course, Linux support just keeps coming, right? You know, we keep the hits keep coming with the Linux support on with .NET. We're in the box with Ubuntu at this point. So, when you have Ubuntu, you have .NET, and you have that ability. So it's nice to just have that out of the box, and we appreciate our partners at Canonical for making stuff like that happen.
That's fantastic. Because just reducing the friction to get started is wonderful.
Well, you're just nice to know that it's available and it's ready to go out of the box. So the other thing that is really cool is you can build container images with .NET without having to install anything. So you're getting container images out of the box without using Docker Desktop. You can build a container and then push it to a container registry. So developers can build containers locally and push them without any additional software.
Man, friction-free. Keep it up. That's great. What else you got there?
Yep. That's pretty cool. And then, of course, cross-platform mobile apps, the .NET MAUI, the .NET Modern App UI, the ability to create applications that are going to run anywhere. I mentioned before these devices that are running. Is that a DJ?
Yes, we have a DJ. We are getting ready to have some music at lunch.
You just casually, I want to go back to that. You just casually threw out a DJ. That's pretty cool. I'm showing my slides and then suddenly there's a DJ available. It makes me feel like maybe we should have had a DJ here and now you're just trying to show off at this point.
Well, it's great to have a live conference after the pandemic, man. You know how it is.
Yeah, that's very cool. I love that. That's cool. We're gonna have to step it up next time and get a DJ because now you're just showing off. Yeah, so I was saying that actually I want to go back to .NET 6 is included in Ubuntu 22.04. So you just go apt install .NET 6 and you just get it, which is ridiculous.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
We anything we can do to make reduce the friction so the developer can do the magic and write code as opposed to work on infrastructure and all the stuff that goes into that and getting their machine ready is great.
Yeah. And then, for folks that are maybe on .NET Core 3 or .NET 5, and they're like, I don't know, what do I want to do? You have the .NET Upgrade Assistant now, which is like a step-by-step command line tool that'll walk you through the upgrade process, and it basically will perform the migration for you. So, one of my games that you might remember, Baby Smash,
yes,
is almost 16, 17 years old now, and in fact, the baby from Baby Smash is getting their driver's license this week.
Oh, you poor thing.
Yeah. But that's interesting because .NET is both mature, it's ready to go in containers, it's ready for cloud native, but it's also, there's a lot of legacy there.
Exactly. And organizations rely on it for their line of business software every day.
Exactly. And Baby Smash, in the example, was a WPF app from 17 years ago. We ran the Upgrade Assistant on it, and we brought that forward. So if you might be using WPF, you might be using WCF, Windows Communication Foundation, you might be thinking, oh, the new .NET's not for me. Turns out it actually is.
That's wonderful. God, I remember when you brought that out. That was wonderful. My children played with it. It was great.
Yeah. I was surprised how easy it was to upgrade. It walks you through the process. It converts the things that you need to convert, and we're putting in analyzers and code fixers. So if you have a WinForms or a WPF, a console app, or a class library app, we'll have these fixers that will say step by step, and it's not automatic. And by automatic, I mean it's not like a black box where it does a conversion. It literally is like an interview. And it walks you through. I'm going to do this. Okay, I'm going to back up your code. I'm going to do that. So you can put those commits into GitHub really neatly and say, all right, upgraded this, upgraded those. And then if you want, squash the commit and do your thing.
Just think about the changes in the generation when you first built that to now you can build it on GitHub and share with the community, get feedback, get pull requests and contributions to just make it all that much better.
Absolutely. There's also a ton of stuff going on in the web space, in the ASP.NET Core on .NET 7. We've got support for HTTP 3 built in. So just when you're thinking, maybe I need to upgrade to HTTP 2, too late. Now it's HTTP 3. We've got that as well. And if you have been out of the .NET space for a minute, it's really, really easy to make these web APIs small, minimal APIs. It's a really interesting expression of how to do a minimal API. So those are great for cloud native apps. I'm looking at the list here. There's rate limiting. We've got new support for output caching. We've got gRPC. The perf numbers that we're getting on .NET 7 are redonkulous and super, super fast. So it's the fastest .NET ever.
That's fantastic. Well, you know,
Yeah.
we're working hard to make it easier for everybody to get started. So do you have another slide there by chance, maybe?
Let's see. Oh, look at this.
that.
What's that? What's happening at GitHub Universe?
Well, we love .NET developers, and one of the things we announced today is code spaces for everyone. 60 hours free to do whatever you want. So that includes .NET on Linux with the click of a button, Scott. Don't even have to apt-get anything. Just open up a new code space.
So that just, do I have to click anything? Do I have to sign up? I don't have to. Do I just have a GitHub and I have this access
You have a
now?
GitHub handle, you go on, click on code spaces, and click the button. And we got new templates to make it easy to get started. Yeah, I know. What? It's absolutely wonderful. And then we've got, as you know, Copilot is available right now for individuals. You can sign up for a free trial if you haven't played with that. And now it's available for companies. We've had great response from the individuals out there. Over 100,000 people use it every day. And now companies want to buy it for their developers. And you know, you talked about actions. We brought full support for ARM now in the GitHub Actions runners, as well as we have some monster-sized runners for Windows and Ubuntu. 64 cores, 256 gigs of RAM. I think you can build the next version of Baby Smash okay.
This is the Godzilla level
Yes.
machines.
Absolutely. And so we got a lot of
Well,
other
that's
great
fantastic.
features. But I think again, we got this new State of the Octaverse report, 10 years this year. And something I want to tell the .NET community, number one, C# is holding strong as the 5th most popular language on GitHub. And you ready for this? You're going to love this, Scott. Our fastest growing communities, the top 10, number 4, .NET MAUI, and number 5, Microsoft Playwright.
Very cool. We just, in fact, just a few minutes ago at .NET Conf had our friends from Playwright come and show us that. And again, running those Playwright runners in GitHub Actions is a really great way to get started with end-to-end testing.
It's fantastic. And of course, GitHub, we're the home for everybody. So Python, JavaScript. JavaScript continues to be number 1. So, if you want to get your web on, we've got lots of templates for that. And again, in security, as you brought up, you can be a DevOps team of 1, and we continue to offer, Dependabot forever for free and open source, as well as the new security report. And that's probably a good thing. If you find an issue in one of those community libraries you're contributing to, we can do private CVE reporting to help the community with those problems. So again, GitHub is all about community for everybody, and we love our .NET developers. So I'm so glad we're able to get together and talk. And I really hope you get a chance to hack on this little Raspberry Pi badge when it shows up at your doorstep.
I will head over to the mailbox right now. It's probably sitting in there. I didn't realize.
I hope so, because I really do. But if it doesn't, we'll get you a tracking number.
Very cool. I appreciate that.
nerds, engineers, scientists, analysts, people who love to build software. My name is Ryan J. Salvo. We heard so many great things about Copilot and code spaces and actions and projects and everything this morning. I know that not everyone here has had an opportunity to play with Copilot yourselves, and so there's really no better way to get to know a product than to dive right into it. So I'm not going to waste any time with slides. I'm going to get directly to a demo. Should we do it? Yeah? All right, let's do it. All right, let's wake this old machine up here. All right, cool. Come on, little guy. All right. All right, so we're going to start here by creating a little method in Python that is going to just find the smallest of 3 elements in a list. All right, we're going to do that by providing a couple little comments here. And there's, you can use sort, which is fine, is good. But you know what? Let's actually not use sort. Let's not use the language features here. Let's actually make Copilot do it itself. In fact, you know what? Some of those aren't very helpful. Some are longer. Let's make it a little bit harder for ourselves. And let's actually make it the n smallest. OK, all right, good. This looks pretty reasonable. So I'm going to now, maybe that last line is a little bit difficult. And so I'm going to say, you know what? Tell me how exactly this thing works. This is not using Copilot to actually code, but rather to tell us how the function is built. There we are. Steps 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, that's pretty good. What if now we want it to tell us the time complexity, right? OK. What if we want it to tell us why it has that time complexity? All right, that's a good thing, too. A little bit long, but now we know a little bit more than we did before. OK, this is solid. OK, what about now? Let's do some unit tests. Make it a random number. And Copilot works best when you give it kind of good specific instructions. And so we're going to ask it to use dynamically generated random list of numbers, or integers, more like it. All right. And you know what? Here, let's just kind of go with that. We'll try. Oh, this looks pretty good. This looks pretty good. Let's see here. Random up to 100 different tests. But you know what? I don't think that I want this to actually have any duplicates in it. So I am going to modify it here to say, do not allow duplicates in the list. OK. A little bit different, but this actually looks about right. So we'll accept that. Let's go ahead and run the unit test. Bring up our terminal here. And we don't need to clear it. Don't need to do that. But we do want to execute it. All right. Test pass. Good enough. I kind of want to know what actually happened in there, though. And so let's go ahead and just add in a little print statement here. Get some actual arrays output into it. There we are. Bunch of arrays. Pretty cool, right? So what was actually happening in this? Well, Copilot itself works maybe a little bit like a kind of like a language translation tool, right? When you go to Google Translate and you say, translate hello world to Dutch or Zulu or Polish, right? It translates it there. But if you want to go from English to Java, let's say, well, it looks an awful lot like public class, so on and so forth. And that's exactly what Copilot is doing. It's essentially learning language patterns, nouns, verbs, direct objects, syntax, to better understand if you have a sentence or an intent that you wish to convey, to translate it. It's not referring back to specific, I don't know, I've never seen that data before. It's not referring back to specific instances. No, it's synthesizing that based upon its understanding of those language patterns. Now, there's a lot that we do there to kind of get from the initial context that's in your code editor back over to the actual model and back to a suggestion in your machine. One of the first things that we do is we mess around with what we call prompt crafting, right? What prompt crafting is essentially doing is it's playing lots of little tricks in the code editor to send context, maybe a little bit before, a little bit after your cursor, to the model. But we want to send good, juicy context so we get the most robust suggestions back. One of the things that we do is we play with neighboring tabs here, right? So let's imagine that you've got some code that you're writing on the active tab on the left, and then you've got another tab that's open. Maybe it has some supporting unit tests in it. Maybe it has some other methods or classes that get leveraged in your active tab. Well, what we'll do is we'll find in a sliding window on that unopened tab, or rather neighboring tab, on a sliding window, we'll perform a comparison, deduplicated for all of the symbols, so we're only showing unique symbols, and we perform what's called a Jacquard similarity comparison between the context that's in your active tab and the actual content that's in your neighboring tab. What this does is it draws additional variable names, class names, method names, logic into the prompt so that when we send it back over to the model, we can actually get the best, the most robust suggestions that are relevant to the intent that you're actually driving. All of that results in aggregate across all languages in about a 30% acceptance rate. When we talk about acceptance rate, that means that if you as a developer see 10 suggestions, you might accept 3 of those suggestions in a minute or in a session, right? And as you saw before in the keynote, up to 40% of code being written by Copilot in our best languages, for languages like Python. Now, I talked about prompt crafting. It then passes through a proxy server before it goes on to the model to return back kind of the suggestion. I want to focus a little bit right now on that middle part, that proxy server, because a lot of interesting things happen in that middle part. You know, we talk about Copilot as being an AI pair programmer, right? And many of you, I'm sure, have probably worked with a pair programmer before. Maybe you were debugging a live site incident. Maybe you were learning a new part of the code base. And if you had someone sitting there beside you, you probably wanted them to help you stay focused on the task at hand, especially if it's a live site incident, right? But, you know, if someone's standing there beside you whispering crazy stuff into your ear, it's kind of hard to stay focused on what you're doing, right? If they're saying all sorts of weird political stuff, going down the conspiracy theory kind of rabbit hole. And so we like to apply a little bit of extra AI into kind of Copilot to make sure that it remains a true professional at the keyboard, that it is helping you stay focused on the code that you're trying to write and not introducing weird stuff. So I'm going to show you a little kind of video here taken from one of our kind of test harnesses. And I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now up front, there's going to be a phrase on the next one that introduces bias, it declares bias. GitHub, we do not tolerate bias of any kind. This is merely for demonstration purposes so that you can understand how the neural networks work, right? So here we go. We're going to run through this, and we're in our test harness here. And we have a phrase that implies bias of one group against another, but none of the individual words are naughty words themselves, right? I, are, smart. None of those are bad words on their own. You have to understand what the intent of that is in order to understand whether or not it is a biased statement. So we're going to run it here up against a bunch of different checks. And what we'll find here is that for hate speech, it evaluates as true because the neural network is identified as being likely. But the pattern, that is to say, were any of the words naughty words, evaluates to false. So now let's use another example here. Let's use the example of unicorn candy. Now, unicorn candy is delicious and wonderful, and I'm sure everyone here would love some, but it will not evaluate as true here. Neural network, no. Hate speech, no. If we go to Copilot, and we maybe attempt to prompt unicorn candy in here using, what are we in now? Are we in Python, I believe, again? right? Define a new method for unicorn candy. Copilot will only be too happy to provide a suggestion back, allowing us to kind of stay focused here. I'm a unicorn, baby, right? Now, we'll go back, and now we're going to add unicorn candy to our list here. And this is going to teach the neural network that, hey, you need to start recognizing things like this as possibly being biased, possibly being a naughty word, right? Here we're going to compare it up against a large kind of corpus of essentially language that's being used, whether with Copilot or elsewhere. Unicorn candy doesn't evaluate true because no one says bad things about unicorn candy. And then we're going to insert it into our database where we'll run that orchestrator again. Here you'll notice that it evaluates to true as soon as we've added it into it. Now, language is an evolving thing, right? And so don't worry. We can realize our mistake, realize that unicorn candy is good, and we can remove it back from our index so that everyone can now go and play around in Copilot using unicorn candy, feeling safe and knowing that you'll actually get some back. But when we attempt to write out unicorn baby, good to go. If we attempt to write out unicorn candy, maybe not so much, right? And this is just one of many kind of sort of adjustments that we make on that proxy server to make sure both that things like tokens or email addresses and personally identifiable information aren't transferring back and forth between the editor and the model, as well as biased content that pulls you away from the focus of what you were trying to create and do. All right. So we've heard a little bit about how Copilot works under the hood, but there's so much more that happens between the developer and their keyboard and the productivity gains and the happiness and the flow that they realize there. For that, we really need a human researcher, and so now I want to invite our lead human researcher, Arini, to the stage. Arini, please, come on out.
Thank you. Thank you, Ryan. It's really nice. It's really exciting to be here and to be able to talk about all the work that we have done. We have done plenty of research on Copilot. Oh, sorry. Let's go back a slide. We have done plenty of research on Copilot, and we use it both to inform how we build the product and also to understand what kind of effect it has. So today, I wanted us to take a look at what we have learned from developers is their experience with Copilot, and how is it that this tool helps them. And I'm going to take you all in a little bit of a detour because the process to understand how is it that Copilot helps with developer productivity and happiness, for us, it actually started before Copilot showed up. There were two previous pieces of research that we did that showed us what are factors that really matter to developers. After all, we're talking about their happiness and their productivity. The first piece of research that we did was called the Good Day Project. And here we were trying to understand what is it that makes developers' days good. So we run an internal experiment at GitHub. We had 40 GitHub engineers participate in kind of a proof of concept. And for 2 weeks, every day, they filled out a 2-minute survey. And so let's imagine this. It's the end of your day, whatever time you told us that is for you. You get a ping from us. We ask you how your workday was. We give you these options. And we also ask you some follow-up questions about that day. How many meetings you had, how many breaks you took, how much you worked with others that day, that sort of thing. Every day, the questions are the same. And what that allows us to do in the background is to start associating how good of a day you're having with all these other things that are happening in your day. What we found was that as a developer, breaking your state of flow is detrimental to your satisfaction, to your productivity, to your sentiment, to your overall sense of progress. A developer's chance of having a good day plummets from 82% all the way down to 7% if they experience more than minimal interruptions during their day. So developers are really happiest and productive when they can stay on task and they can stay in the flow, and they can also avoid a lot of frustration that comes from having a very fragmented day. And so that was really what we took away from that earlier research, was that for developers, the state of flow is precious. Anything we can do to help them stay in the state of flow really goes a long way to help them. And that interruptions of any form are really disruptions for developers. They really cause them to have a bad day. So let's remember that. The second research piece that we did, and that is relevant here, was from last year's State of the Octoverse report. And I will do a small parenthesis here to say there's a brand new State of the Octoverse report for 2022. Definitely make sure to check it out. But what I'm saying here is from last year's investigation. Last year, we saw that teams that introduced automation and how they're doing their work not only reported 43% better performance, they also reported 30% higher fulfillment with their work. And why is that? It's because automation takes care of a lot of busy work, and it removes that, creating room for developers to focus on work that they actually do find satisfying, which already sounds great, but it actually gets bonus points because there are many research studies that show that fulfillment, job fulfillment from doing satisfying work, is a predictor of retention. So the more fulfilled developers are with the work that they do, the more likely they are to stay on and continue doing it. So in that sense, any form of automation that we can introduce that removes boilerplate, repetitive work that developers otherwise had to do is a sort of a dial that we can use to have a positive influence on both developers' fulfillment and their retention. Let's go back to our main path. Enough with the detour. How does all of this relate to Copilot? We believe, and we see it in people's feedback, that it's these same concepts, the importance of flow, the benefits of automation for doing satisfying work, these same concepts apply to Copilot, and they resonate with developers as they're using the tool. We surveyed over 2,000 developers who used Copilot because we wanted to understand their experience and what it is that they're getting out of it. And here are some of the things that we saw. We saw that 59% reported that they feel less frustrated as they're coding when they use Copilot. 77% reported that they spend less time searching. And 73% told us that using Copilot helps them stay in the flow. You saw how Copilot works in Raya's demo. As developers are in the editor and they're typing, Copilot delivers them suggestions that include a lot of the answers and the examples that developers otherwise would have to go somewhere else to look for, and that would have created a form of interruptions. And we already know that that's a bad day for developers. So when they're using Copilot, they don't have to make that extra trip, and they have a higher chance of maintaining their state of flow. We also heard in the same feedback very similar benefits to what we have heard when teams introduce other forms of automation. We had 87% reported that they spend less mental effort on repetitive tasks. 60% reported that they feel more fulfilled with their job when they're using Copilot. And 74% reported that they are able to focus on more satisfying work. This is excellent ground for that positive effect on fulfillment and retention that I mentioned earlier. So this is all sounds really great, for developer happiness, for developer satisfaction, for productivity. Developers seem to be able to stay in the flow when they're using Copilot. They are able to focus on satisfying work. There was one more thing that we noticed in the same survey. 88% of the people who participated reported that when they're using Copilot, they complete tasks faster. And 96%, which is almost everyone, said the same thing specifically for repetitive tasks. This has been one of the earliest and most common hypotheses around Copilot, is that when developers use it, they're able to complete tasks faster. And from the survey, we certainly know that developers feel faster as they're using Copilot and they're coding with it. And so for our next step, we wanted to measure to find out how much faster we're talking about. More research. So we run a controlled experiment. We recruited 95 professional developers. We split them randomly into 2 groups, and we timed how long it took them to write an HTTP server in JavaScript. One group used GitHub Copilot to complete the task, and the other one didn't. And we would like to give you a little bit of a taste of what that research, what the tasks were actually like. And since we had Ryan here, maybe we can recruit him. Hello, Ryan.
Hey, thanks for having me back.
Would you like to be our 96th participant for this study?
Can I use Copilot?
Well, I mean, we didn't give our participants the option, but sure, we're going to put you on the group that used
If I can, I would appreciate that. I think
All right.
it's my only chance of success here.
Sure.
All right.
Okay. That makes sense.
Let's do it.
All right. You'll find everything you need to get started. These are the same instructions that we gave our participants. So you will find that you have like a good description of the task.
Okay.
I'm going to move a little bit closer to see what is it that you're doing.
Yeah, absolutely.
And all right, let's go. I'm also going to keep time a little bit because, you know.
All right. So let's see here. So I've got an HTTP service that I need to do. We need some prompts. We need some responses. There's some error codes that you need me to check for. So I will scroll down and find here, implement me. That looks like the right place to go. So we'll do just that. All right. So we're going to start by giving it some instructions to just parse the string response. And we will give it kind of a request that we need to create. So good to go there. All right, we're doing kind of tab, easy one-liners, which this feels good. This is easy. All right. I want to do a little bit different here. Big chunky piece here. And it looks like we're heading to the end of this function, the natural conclusion. So I'm just going to go run some tests. Do a little jest run here. And it looks like we've got almost all of them passing.
So that's 1 minute in, not bad at all.
And in fact here, look at this. All of the ones in that method, so are passing. So we're going to go back and we're going to go do the response now. And as we go through this one, parse the request again. And I bet here that I can probably do a little bit of a cheat here. In fact, I'm going to do Control-Enter and get a big, long list of synthesized suggestions. And most of them here look fairly similar to each other. That's usually a good sign. And so with that, I'm just going to choose one of them. Let's see. Let's go with maybe, you know what? I'm going to go with this one. And there's a lot here, so let's just run a test off of this and see if my luck holds, how much of it actually passes.
Okay.
All right.
Very good.
Not too bad. Only 2 that haven't passed. It's the 400 error and the HTTP one that have not passed, though. So I'm going to do a little bit of defensive coding back here. I'm going to debug the 400 one, and I'll add in a console.log. And with that, I'll have a little bit more visibility into what's going on. Plus, I'll do some checks here, make sure that like all of the headers actually show up inside of it. And I'm guessing here that if I also check to make sure that HTTP is in there as well, that might help me along a little bit. God, this is excruciating.
No pressure.
Coding under the spotlight. All right. This feels good. Let's give it a try.
Huh.
All right. I'm good.
And you are,
All passed.
yes.
But it doesn't count until I've committed.
That's true. You probably want to.
So let's get this out. Let's do all test pass. And I'm going to give myself a trophy because I deserve it. So there we go. How's that?
Yeah, very good. Pretty good. I noticed a couple of things. You were for sure using keyboard shortcuts
quite a bit. So
Yep.
like, that tells me you know your way around Copilot, which is what I would
love keyboard
expect.
shortcuts. Yep.
There was also a part when you were accepting line after line. That seemed to go pretty fast.
Yeah, that feels like when I'm doing that, because I can just, it's kind of what I expect. And so hitting tab enter is, I don't know, doesn't take a lot of thinking. Right, yeah.
But then there was the other part where you were using the side panel to synthesize something that ended up being a longer suggestion, and that went a little bit slower.
And again, at least the thing that I noticed was doing that is because they all looked kind of similar, I was kind of like trying to parse what the difference between them was. And it ended up being a little bit of a, just pick one and see where it goes. Yeah.
And we do find that that's consistent with how people use it too, is that if the longer the suggestion, a little bit extra time it takes to wrap your head around things. But this was impressive timing-wise.
Thanks.
Maybe a little too impressive. Like maybe you've practiced this before.
I have. Yeah, I did.
All right. All right. Well, thank you for owning up to that. We're not going to include you in our report or anything. We're also not going to compensate you like we did with our participants.
The reward for being here on stage is enough. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much for going along with us. But let's take a look at what the real results were like. So we saw that the group that used Copilot was more successful in completing the task at all. So 78% out of that group finished the task compared to 70% in the group that didn't use Copilot. And that was already good news, but the striking difference was that the developers who used Copilot completed the task significantly faster. It took them 55% less time. So specifically, the developers using Copilot on average took 1 hour and 11 minutes to complete the task, while the developers who didn't use Copilot finished on average the same task in 2 hours and 41 minutes. So you see why I said
undermining my credibility. I get it. Okay.
Now, speed, which we clearly have here with Copilot, and quality are sometimes in tension with each other. So I may be doing things faster by cutting corners or compromising in some way. So at this point, a lot of people wonder, what is the quality like of this code that is written with Copilot? And there have been 2 research studies, both done from New York University researchers, NYU. And these studies have been central in the investigation, the evaluation of the security and the quality of Copilot suggestions. And today, we're very lucky to have one of the authors here, Brendan Dolan-Gavitt, to talk to us about the research. Brendan is an assistant professor in the Computer Science and Engineering department at the NYU Tandon School of Engineering. He leads the Machine Learning Embedded Software and System Security Lab there that is part of NYU's Center for Cybersecurity. And the group's goal, among other things, is to create better techniques to assess security vulnerabilities and to generate benchmarks. So let's have Brendan join us on stage. Let's move on. Hello, Brendan.
Hi.
Thank you very much for joining us. I'm going to jump right in. We want to hear you, in your own words, describe a lot of the research that you have been doing with your group. So about 1.5 years ago, you did an evaluation. You did a study to look into the security of Copilot suggestions. And this is a study that has been published and that your team got a Distinguished Paper Award for, which is amazing. Congratulations. Can you give us, everyone here, for everyone's benefit, give us an overview of what the study was like and what you learned?
Sure. So this was basically last summer, right after Copilot had just first come out. And one of the things that we were really interested in figuring out is if you're using Copilot to write code in some sort of security-sensitive situation, how often is the code going to have a security vulnerability? So we designed 89 different scenarios that covered security-relevant situations like writing a login page for a website or inserting some data into an SQL database. And then we had Copilot generate completions for each of those scenarios. And to figure out if there were security vulnerabilities, we actually used another GitHub product, CodeQL, to test if the resulting completions had any vulnerabilities. And in that case, we actually found that across all these completions, about 40% of that code was vulnerable. And so this was a little bit high. We also had some kind of fun results looking at what influenced the rate of vulnerabilities. So one of them was that if you use tabs instead of spaces, you actually have slightly more vulnerable suggestions. And meanwhile, actually, if you set the author field in the file to a really famous programmer, someone who's like really good at coding, you'll actually get slightly fewer vulnerabilities. So these are some kind of fun results.
That's awesome. I mean, like, it's not awesome that you found all the security vulnerabilities, but like awesome research. Yeah. At the same time, like, I know that you conducted a second study that is now public but not yet published, right? So why did you conduct the second study? What did you find?
Yeah, so with the second study, we were trying to address some limitations of the original study. So in the original study, we basically were just letting Copilot do its thing. There wasn't any human in the loop, so no one was sort of looking at the code and saying, okay, that doesn't look right, I'm going to fix it. The other thing is that we weren't directly comparing against human users, so we didn't know how often they would have written security vulnerabilities in that same situation. And so this second follow-up study was really designed to kind of address those issues head on. We actually recruited a group of 59 users and split them into two groups. One of them that had access to a IDE plugin that used Codex, very similar to Copilot, and the other group that was writing code unassisted, the way we all used to do before a year ago. And then we had them implement a kind of shopping cart style API that was using a linked list in C. And then we went and measured the two groups afterward on how functional the code they wrote was based on a pretty big set of unit tests that we had written, and then also manually combed through all of the submissions to find all of the possible security vulnerabilities in that code that we could. And one sort of thing that was a little bit surprising given the original study was that the two groups didn't seem to significantly differ in the rate of security vulnerabilities that they had. So they were pretty close to another. But on the other hand, they actually were able to write much code that worked better. So we had a higher rate of people actually completing the task, and the group that had Codex enabled were actually passing more of the unit tests.
All right. So I love both those studies, by the way. It's just I feel that they move our understanding forward quite a bit. So with everything that you've seen and the work that you have done, how would you summarize what we know today about the security of Copilot suggestions?
Sure. So, I mean, I'm an academic, so I'm going to add a bunch of caveats up front. So, we looked at one language, C, and one set of users. So these are undergraduates and master's students. Okay. So I'm not going to try to make strong claims about it generalizing to all languages or, all professional developers and things like that. But it seems like from this initial study that Copilot didn't seem to make the security of the code worse. It didn't seem to make it better, but can't have everything so far. And I guess the other thing is also just that, when you're working with code, you sort of aren't absolved from the responsibility of running security tools and all the standards, good stuff like fuzzers, static analysis tools, and things like that you would with any other code.
Yeah, that is something that we tend to recommend, that yes, when you're using Copilot, all the other good stuff, right, the good practices that we know, the code review, the security tooling, the testing, all still need to happen.
I mean, like, even for me as I'm coding, like, the judgment that I make with each suggestion that came up, I mean, in the demo just there, like, I had 10 different suggestions to choose from, and that human judgment, the person thinking, breathing on the other side of the keyboard makes a lot of difference. So, awesome. So, like, that's a lot of amazing research already, and your team, I know, is doing a lot more. What are you thinking kind of next? Like, what's next for AI? What's next for security and research?
Sure. So, I mean, one thing that I'm really excited about looking at more in my own group and with my collaborators is not just using things like Codex and Copilot to write code, but also to understand code and to potentially automatically fix code as well. So we've got a follow-up study that's coming out in May. You can already read it, where we actually used Codex to try to take security vulnerabilities and automatically repair them. And then in another line of work, we're looking at things like if you're doing something like malware analysis, trying to reverse engineer some binary program, can you use something like Codex to explain to you in natural language how that code works without actually having to have the original source code available? So neither of those things are things I want to like rush out into production at the moment, but they're pretty promising early results.
That is awesome. That is very cool.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. This was brief, but I think very informative. So thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations on the great work so far. We're certainly looking forward to hearing and seeing more from your group. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you. And I guess thank you, Brian, for having us both with Brendan and myself here to talk to people about research for so long. I think we're ready to hand off to you. You can wrap things up here.
Thank you. Your research is the bedrock of everything that this is built on. Thank you so much, Irini, and all of your team.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you, everyone, and enjoy Universe.
Awesome. Cool. Well, we're getting here near the end, but I want to take a moment to celebrate a little bit. Copilot has now been available either as a technical preview or in GA for almost a year and a half. And in that time, we've had over 1 million developers use Copilot. As you heard earlier, now about half of active developers are using it for free as either students, teachers, verified open source maintainers. But there is one group that we have left out in the cold a little bit. In fact, we've had some engineering managers literally see torches and pitchforks outside kind of their cubicles and windows as developers who've used Copilot as individuals have been begging to use it in the workplace. And so that's why we're so very excited to bring Copilot for Business to market here this December. I do hope that everyone here will kind of give Copilot a try to use it in your work, use it in your nonprofit, use it in your weekend project. There is a free 60-day trial for all individuals. In Copilot for Business, of course, we'll introduce the ability to manage licenses. They are pay as for what you use. That is to say, you do not necessarily need to buy a big bulk package. There's also, of course, the ability to manage policy on behalf of your users. Take an opportunity. I want every single one of you to please give it a try. I expect us to all be using AI more and more in the year and years to come. Thank you. Have a great universe. We'll see you outside. Bye-bye.
Hello world and hello universe. My name is David Malin and I teach a course called CS50 at Harvard University, which is our introductory course in computer science for majors and non-majors. It's a course in which we use C as our first programming language, followed by Python, followed by a bit of SQL, and then followed ultimately by a bit of web programming, which is to say that students in this class, most of whom have never programmed before, ultimately learn a little something new about all of those languages and all of the associated technologies. But among the technologies we actually don't use, and indeed I'm here today because we don't let our students use yet, is GitHub Copilot. And to my left here, I'm pleased to be joined by GitHub Copilot's product lead, my friend Shuyin Zhao.
Hi everyone, I'm Shuyin. I'm leading the Copilot product team. Very excited to be on the same stage with David to talk about Copilot in the classroom. To be honest, it's been over 20 years since my work is being evaluated by professor. And now as much as I'm excited, I'm also a little bit nervous, especially knowing David actually banned our work, right?
Well, for those in the audience here, particularly educators, teachers, and also students, would you mind giving folks a sense of what Copilot actually is and what it can do in a classroom?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so Copilot is your AI pair programmer, and just as the name indicates, you first need to have a pilot in the driver's seat, and in this case, the pilot is your human software developers, and the Copilot is there to pair with the developer to make them more efficient and productive. Essentially, you can install Copilot as extension for your favorite code editor, like VS Code, Visual Studio, JetBrains family of IDE, and NeoVim. It can provide real-time suggestions based on the comment and code snippet you are typing. It is the result of work of collaboration between Microsoft, GitHub, and OpenAI. So the real magic really lies in the OpenAI Codex model, which is trained on billions of lines of public available source code and natural language. And we made a version available to our individual developers on June 21st. And now the team is working super hard to deliver a version to our business customers by early December.
Okay, and you mentioned training, which in computer science and in the world of artificial intelligence, machine learning is now a term of art. For those less familiar, what do you mean when you say that Copilot is trained on code?
Yeah, so the principal building block of Copilot is the OpenAI Codex model. And it is very powerful pre-trained large language model. Essentially, you feed into the training data. In this case, it's your source code and natural language text. And the model teaches itself to recognize those complex patterns like programming syntax and language semantics. And it does this to the point that it has enough knowledge, so it could start making predictions itself. So in other words, you give it a partial text or partial code, it starts to predict output that fill in the missing pieces and blanks with learned patterns. On top of what Codex does, Copilot also draws context from your surrounding text in your open file or neighboring tabs and send them to the model along with the code comment you are typing. So the model predictions the model makes is actually much more relevant. That is actually the secret sauce of Copilot, because it feels very personalized, it feels understand you, it's made just for you.
So if I write really good code, it helps me write even better code, and if I write really bad code, I get more of the same?
It's customized just for you.
Okay, good. And so when it comes to actually using a tool like this, it sounds similar to a feature that I think a lot of us who use IDEs are familiar with, like IntelliSense, where I'm already getting autocomplete even before Copilot existed.
Yeah.
So what really is the line between something like IntelliSense and this?
Yeah, so absolutely, I think the interaction mode of Copilot is very similar to IntelliSense and other auto-completion features, but it actually does much more than that. So the wow factor that we heard from our users is essentially you can just describe a problem in natural language comment, and the Copilot actually generates the entire solutions for you. Right? So it's like bringing the collective knowledge from developers around the world just right at your fingertips. So it saves you time to go to the internet to search for a solution and keep developers right in the flow. Besides that, Copilot, we can also generate boilerplate and repetitive code for you. It's actually free up developers from focusing, so they can focus on the high-value task, like complex problem solving. That is actually one of the key reasons, like why developers love Copilot, because it's not only make them faster, but also is bring joy and happiness because they feel more fulfilled with their daily job. Yeah, that's just truly magic.
No, and I do think that's persuasive, certainly in the context of productivity and writing boilerplate code and solving problems that would otherwise just take more time than it needs to. But I feel like as an educator on behalf of the audience here, like exactly what it does well is perhaps exactly what someone like me wouldn't want a tool to do, because it almost sounds like an overly helpful teacher, an overly helpful student, an overly helpful classmate. And so I know there's been chatter about this in the CS education community already online and in conferences already. How do you and the team think about that sort of competing concern?
Yeah, so we definitely hear the concern from the learning communities that Copilot could impact, especially beginner student learning experiences. So David, as you know, like at GitHub, first and foremost, we are a developer-first and community-based company. So deeply engaging and contributing back to the community has always been our top priority. So Copilot, as a very novel AI-assisted tool, does have the potential to change how software is being developed. And the AI generative model technology that we use to power Copilot is also in its infancy. So as such, it became extremely important for us to engage with our learning communities early on and listen to feedback. So one of the first steps we did is to make a Copilot for free to both teachers and students. And our hope is for our CS educators like you to develop understanding of Copilot and its educational potential, and eventually integrate it into the CS curricular, to enhance the classroom experiences for both teachers and students. David, you and I, we discussed, right? We live in this new world of AI-assisted software development. It is really our mission, to partner with CS educators like you to smooth the transition into this new world. And along the way, we improve the effectiveness of Copilot in the classroom setting.
Okay, that makes sense.
Now it's my turn to ask you questions, David. Yeah, so you have been teaching CS50 at Harvard. So how do you think about its implication on education?
Yeah, no, I do think technologies like these are inevitable in a good way. I think the opportunity at hand isn't just for productivity's sake and to save students keystrokes, because I think especially in introductory courses like ours, precisely the goal of those first few weeks is for students to develop the muscle memory and the mechanics and recognize the syntax of even in the simplest of programs like Hello World and everything that comes after that. So I think taking away that sort of progression is probably a net negative. But I think the positive opportunity here is that when the AI really does become an approximation of, or even longer term, an alternative to a human teacher, particularly if you just don't have those human resources local, such that the tool can not just finish your thought for you or worse, hand you your next thought, but perhaps ask more teacher-friendly questions that are a bit more rhetorical. For instance, as opposed to showing me the for loop that I probably should write here, perhaps asking more inquisitively, perhaps do you want to write a for loop here? Or are you sure you want to nest the code that many times? Or to provide a sort of observant eye that a good teacher or even a stronger classmate could provide without just actually handing the solution. And I think that's how we think about it. Right now, these technologies, Copilot and others, are sort of really good at not only finishing your current thought, but also giving you indeed your second and your third thought, and that's too helpful right now. But I think once there's API hooks or just configurations where you can throttle it back and forth to attenuate it for your particular students, your particular class, your particular assignments, I mean, then I think it becomes a really positive uplift, especially for larger online courses too.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, David, we have heard your concern, about this impact. So as the technology evolves, we firmly believe there is a potential for Copilot to become the teaching assistant for students, for beginner students. Another concern, we have been hearing from the community, is about plagiarism. Because of the code reuse nature, what constitutes plagiarism has always been a debate, and detecting plagiarism is even harder a problem. So do you think a Copilot make the problem worse?
No, I don't think it necessarily makes the problem worse. I think the reality is, in particularly introductory courses like ours, we do look for patterns of dishonesty as by cross-comparing all student submissions, maybe even looking at past submissions as well, and common patterns sort of pop up. And so insofar as Copilot is presumably going to generate similar patterns, at least for similar problems, I think we're still going to detect that kind of behavior through our same channels. What it does potentially put risk of is students being able to do so without leaning on another human, for instance, or engaging someone else other than themselves. So I do think we'll still detect it, but I think fundamentally there's been nothing stopping functionally a student from being a little too helpful already with their classmate or leaning on tools like Stack Overflow or the like. So I don't think it necessarily makes the problem any worse, but I think it does put all the more of an onus or opportunity on the teacher to educate students, ideally more positively, where those lines are, when you should turn such tools on, when you should turn such tools off. And for instance, in our case, I don't think it should be turned on in its current form at the beginning of the semester, but hands down by the end of the semester when they already understand the code that it's ideally generating for them, and now it's indeed just helping them accelerate their work, then I think it's a good thing. But at the end, not so much the beginning.
Yeah, I like that. I think, for AI tool like a Copilot, it definitely presented a bunch of challenges. In the meanwhile, bringing opportunities. So as we're ready to tackle them together, what is your advice to fellow teachers?
Yeah, I think if you've only heard about Copilot thus far and seen and heard of tools like it, I think first and foremost, just try it out. I think the most enlightening, if not unsettling thing we did a few weeks back, thanks to a colleague of mine, was run Copilot on CS50's first homework assignment, or second homework assignment just past Hello World. And pretty much by way of a sequence of tab completions was my colleague able to generate the entirety of that solution. Perhaps not surprising in our case, especially because one, the homework assignment early on is relatively simple, at least in retrospect, once you have a few weeks of computer science under your belt. And two, because CS50 happens to be freely available as open courseware on edX and on YouTube and the like, the reality is we've probably been helping train such models with quite a few solutions out there. So that's admittedly a bit anomalous, but we then fast forwarded toward the end of our semester where we have students build a full-fledged web application using Python and more. And even that, with pretty much some tab completions, maybe a couple of English comments, was Copilot also amazingly, worrisomely able to answer those problems as well. And so that just put into perspective for us. And I think for introductory courses, the CS1s, the CS2s of the world, probably a little too soon to maybe be a net positive in those early weeks especially. But for higher level courses where students already have some mental model for and some mechanics of programming under their belt, then I think it does genuinely offer an opportunity to help onboard them to boilerplate code, to APIs, to avoiding having to troll through documentation, or worse, undocumented code to figure out common usage patterns. So that I think is a win. And I think I would encourage teachers to sort of decide for themselves where that line is, as opposed to just putting your foot down, figuring out where the healthy balance is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I think that you will definitely hear David loud and clear, Copilot as today's shape and form. We're not there yet, but I believe that one day, we could become a teaching assistant for our students.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for being receptive to this and for engaging us and so many of the folks here in exactly these kinds of pilots.
Yeah. So it's absolutely a pleasure to always talk to David. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good to see you. Thank you all.
Okay, bye.
on software. So the security of that software is critical. Vulnerabilities can shut down international infrastructure and disrupt the services that we rely on. Over the last 3 years, software security has made the headlines more times than any of us would like. As the home for software development, GitHub has a responsibility to help. I'm Gray, the VP of Product at GitHub, for the security features that we build to help you write more secure code. For the last 4 years, my team and I have been embedding security into the developer workflow. We've shipped features like secret scanning, Dependabot, and code scanning. Today, I'm here with some of the team to tell you about the progress we've made, the lessons we've learned, and what's coming next. I want to start with 3 critical insights that underpin everything that GitHub is doing in security. And the first of those is that developers are at the heart of application security. Developers write the fixes for vulnerabilities. We write the code that introduces vulnerabilities as well. And we're the ones that can prevent vulnerabilities from being introduced in the first place. That's why every GitHub security feature is built for developers. The second insight is that software security can be something that we collaborate on. We all want the software that we write to be secure, but we also want the open source code that we rely on to be secure. And we want the commercial services that we use to be secure too. There's a long history of companies, even competitors, working together on software security. And just like we all benefit from open source and the collaboration that creates it, we can all benefit from collaborating on software security. Each of GitHub's security features is built to empower the community, to make it easier for us to collaborate and together to secure software. The third insight is that managing software security at scale is a critical specialist role. Developers might be at the heart of application security, but it's normally security teams who take responsibility for it. And those teams need to understand what's happening across thousands, tens of thousands of repositories. Those teams are also full of unique experience and expertise that we can all benefit from helping scale. Each of GitHub's security features is built not just for developers, but for security teams operating at scale. You'll see one or more of those 3 themes in everything that GitHub is doing in each of our security features. So, what's new? Well, the short answer is a lot. Since GitHub Universe last year, we've shipped over 100 changelog posts for improvements to our security features. And some of those were big leaps forward, like community contributions to the GitHub Advisory Database, or push protection for secret scanning, or making our organization and enterprise-level security dashboards available to all GitHub Enterprise customers. Some of those changes were much smaller, like making it possible to comment in a pull request on the code scanning alerts that appear there. And those small improvements add up. They're what it takes to build security tooling that developers want to use every day. And of course, today, we've got some announcements that we made earlier in the keynote. You heard Brittany announce private vulnerability reporting, the GA of CodeQL support for Ruby, and an expanded security overview at the organization and enterprise level. More on that in a moment. But first, I want to talk to you about something we launched in April of this year, and that's secret scanning as a push protection. I want to talk to you about secret scanning because it is a great example of the difference we can make when we embed security in the developer workflow. It's also, perhaps surprisingly, a really great example of the difference it makes when we work together as a community. So, every day, hundreds of credentials are leaked on GitHub. We know because we scan every push to a public repo for them. On an average day, we found around 300 GitHub personal access tokens accidentally exposed. So what do? Well, we automatically revoke them, and we notify the owner of that token. And it's not just GitHub tokens that we do that for. We work with 60 partners to help keep their customers safe if their API keys are leaked in GitHub public repos. Here are just a few of the new partners from this year. We onboarded 14 new partners over the last 12 months. So if you leak a SendGrid, a DigitalOcean, or a Meta API key in a public repo on GitHub, we will send it to that service provider, and they will automatically revoke it. So go forth and leak DigitalOcean keys in public repos with impunity. But having an API key revoked, well, it's not the best developer experience. It would be better if we prevented that leak from happening in the first place. And that's exactly what we do with secret scanning as a push protection, which launched in April for GitHub Advanced Security customers. With push protection, we can scan pushes before accepting them. And if they contain secrets, then we reject them. Last month, that helped Advanced Security customers prevent over 1,400 credential leaks. And it did so whilst keeping a really great developer experience. How do we do that? Well, first off, we make it easy for a developer to override the push protection if they need to. You don't want to block your development team when they're pushing something urgent or critical. And secondly, we only block pushes that contain what we know to be a secret. Cases where there's a less than 1% chance that this is a false positive. And we achieve that low false positive rate by working with the token issuers themselves. DigitalOcean is, again, a great example. As well as partnering with us to automatically revoke findings in public repos, they updated the pattern that they use when they're generating new tokens, and they made it highly identifiable, identifiable enough that we can reject pushes that include it. If you want to learn more about secret scanning, then Mariam Sulakian has a fantastic talk on this as part of the virtual schedule. I highly recommend you watch it when you get home from Universe. But I hope you can already see that secret scanning is built for developers and how it takes a community approach. It's a great example of two of the three themes I'd mentioned earlier: the difference we can make when we truly embed security in the developer workflow, and the impact we can have when we, as an industry, collaborate. Talking of collaboration, I'm going to introduce Justin Hutchings, our Director of Product for Supply Chain Security, to tell you more about securing the open source software that you use.
You know, open source is such a ubiquitous part of technology today. It can be easy to take for granted. But if you look back maybe 20 years ago, developers like you were writing your own code for things like HTTP, databases, or XML parsing. We didn't have fancy YAML back then. You know, today these are things we all rely on open source to do. And it allows each of you to build your experiences faster than ever on a huge supply chain of open source software. Last year, we got a stark reminder about the importance of keeping track of vulnerabilities in the open source you depend upon when the Log4Shell vulnerability dropped. I think we're a slide behind. Folks want to advance that? Super, yeah. Log4Shell affected almost every Java developer on the planet. And since then, open source maintainers have published thousands more vulnerabilities across all of the ecosystems. And you know, that's what Dependabot is here for. It's here to help you focus on the things that you want to do, to allow you to innovate and build the things you want without spending time keeping up with vulnerabilities. But securing the world of open source is a bigger task than any one person can do. It's a community effort. And I want to look back on some of the ways that we've partnered with members of the community to make Dependabot work better for you this year. First, I'd like to talk about language support. Over the past year, we've added support for 3 new languages in Dependabot in partnership with the community. Starting with Dart, we partnered with the folks in Google to actually deliver Dart support when they contributed that directly to Dependabot's open core to add support for the language. We also addressed one of the top upvoted comments on Dependabot core and added support for Yarn v2 and v3. And finally, we added support for Rust with great thanks to the RustSec group and their tireless efforts to make sure that the vulnerabilities are well curated. We also shipped an exciting new API that allows developers to upload a simplified software bill of materials, or SBOM, of all of their dependencies. And we've seen developers across the community taking advantage of this, bringing support for scanning things like Gradle or Scala into Dependabot. These community partnerships allow us to meet you where you are so that you can stay on top of the latest vulnerabilities in whatever tooling you decide to use. Now, you may be less familiar with our advisory database. That's the database of all the vulnerabilities that power Dependabot. Our team of curators reviews all the vulnerabilities from the National Vulnerability Database, of course, but we also review and issue CVEs on behalf of maintainers like you on GitHub. We're super proud of this year, we issued more than 1,100 CVEs on behalf of open source maintainers to help them reach their communities and let them know about new problems. Thanks to your efforts, GitHub is the largest independent CVE issuer today. And a really unique part of our advisory database is that it's truly open source. You can check it out at github.com/advisories, and all of the advisories we have are available under a Creative Commons license. It's free for everyone. This year, we also opened our advisory database up to suggestions from the community. And I'm so thrilled to say that since launching that feature back in February, we've had more than 700 improvements from members of the community to make Dependabot more accurate. So Dependabot's come a long way this year, in no small part due to contributions from the wider open source community. But maintainers told us there's more we can do to help them with a really painful part of development. And I'd like to invite Kate Catlin to tell you more about this problem and what we're choosing to do about it. Thanks.
We need to talk about vulnerability reporting in open source. So let me start by giving you the 10,000-foot view of how it works today for those of you who have not been through this process. So first, there's a security researcher, and they find something. And they've got to tell the owner of the project that has the problem. So sometimes that repository has a link or an email address, and then it's not too bad. But I often hear from researchers that they spend hours trying to find just somebody to disclose to an email, and that's just to kick off an exchange that can go on for months and leave everyone exhausted. So we're not going to go through all these problems right now, but to sum it up, I've got a quote for you from an actual security researcher in our UX studies, which is, "I think most people just don't disclose since it's so much work." And that's a shame, because what the OSS community needs is a high trust and collaborative relationship between OSS maintainers and security researchers so we can all be safer. And we think GitHub has a pretty important role to play in that. And that's why I am so excited to demo for you today our newest feature that we believe resolves a lot of the challenges in this process, which is called Private Vulnerability Reporting. Okay, so this whole process starts with a security researcher. So let's pretend that this is an ultra popular repository and not a test repo that I just spun up, and you found a problem in it. So what you're going to do is navigate to the security tab, and then the advisories menu, and there's this nice inviting green report a vulnerability button. So quick aside. Those of you who have created a draft security advisory before, this is the same form. Don't worry, that's intentional. What we wanted to do was bring the security researcher into your existing process and help them help you. So it's all in the same place. So I'm going to fill out just the title and description. Great, and that's actually all I have to do to submit this form. We do, however, know that a lot of security researchers love the details, and they've done a lot of research on the details already. So we left you the rest of the fields here. If you want to fill out all the metadata, you are empowered to do so. So we'll click Submit Report, and you are automatically credited already for that report. You can also jump into this temporary private fork and start resolving the whole darn issue for the maintainer if you know how. But the most important part of this feature right now is that it's private. So as of right now, the only people who can see this report are me, the person who submitted the report, and the owners of the repository, so they can see the report. So how does this go from this super private channel of communication to a public, sending dependabot alerts kind of advisory? We need the maintainer. So let's switch over to a different browser where I am logged in as the maintainer of this repository. We'll go back to that Securities tab. And wow, someone has submitted a very scary vulnerability for my review. So if this bug is actually a feature, you'll scroll down and just hit Close. Otherwise, you're going to hit Accept and Open as Draft. And then it's just like a draft security advisory if you use those today, with the difference that the reporter is still involved as a collaborator. So if you've got follow-up questions, you can jump into the comments and ask them there. You can also, again, jump into that temporary private fork and start collaborating with the maintainer to fix the problem. And in a perfect world, the security researcher has filled out all those fields for you. So you wake up in the morning, you're drinking your morning coffee, and this is already done. But even in that most perfect of worlds, the reporter cannot merge that temporary private fork for you, nor can they publish this advisory for you. That is on purpose. Again, we want to make sure that you, as the admin of this repository, still have full control over what is published to it. So let's compare. We've got the situation today and this situation after private vulnerability reporting. We have eliminated the challenge of finding contact info, because it's just a form. We have eliminated the challenge of the reporter not knowing if anyone received this or is doing anything with it, because they can see the status the whole way through. We have eliminated the challenge of maintainers trying to triage reports from wherever they're getting them all across the internet by putting it in one central location, which is the same place you resolve it. We've eliminated the challenge of maintainers errantly not actually fixing the problem, because the reporter is still involved and can test the solution that they've come up with. And last but not least, we've eliminated the challenge for you security researchers of getting credit, because it's now automatic. As part of our launch, we're so excited about this. Everyone's excited about this. All these organizations were excited about this. So they signed up to have this turned on before it was even launched. So that means if you find a vulnerability in any of these orgs today, you can submit it through this incredibly easy process henceforth. And last but not least, if you want this feature on your repository, navigate to repo settings, and then you'll hit code security and analysis, and it's the first listing on the top. So all you have to do is click enable. Once again, we're super excited about the difference private vulnerability reporting is going to make, but we also want to prevent vulnerabilities from happening in the first place. That's why we built GitHub code scanning, and we have lots to tell you about that. So please welcome our VP of Engineering and one of the creators of CodeQL, Pavel Augustinov.
Thanks, Kate. That was great. Brave doing a live demo at Universe. I admire that. So just to recap very briefly, as we've just heard from Gray and from Justin and from Kate, at GitHub, we believe in putting great security tooling at developers' fingertips. With secret scanning, we protect developers from accidentally disclosing important credentials. In supply chain security, we help them bring the power of open source to bear safely and confidently. We are paving the path for security researchers to collaborate more closely with open source maintainers, and we provide a free and open database of security advisories that helps everyone. So where does code scanning fit into all of this? Well, if you haven't come across it before, think of it as something that helps developers write more secure code by preventing vulnerabilities from ever hitting the main branch of your repository. Think of it as an automated security reviewer that warns you if a code change introduces a potential vulnerability right there in the pull request flow. Code scanning itself is a platform helping dozens of partner and open source analysis engines integrate tightly in the developer workflow. However, we're especially proud of our in-house analysis engine, CodeQL, which is used by the vast majority of code scanning users. So to put that into perspective, I thought I'd share a few stats. Today, CodeQL supports 9 of the most popular programming languages on GitHub, and thus it applies to the majority of all pull requests. During a working week, we typically run over 150,000 analyses each day across more than 100,000 repositories, both public and private, and we flag potential vulnerabilities in over 400 pull requests per day. Many of them are addressed before the pull request is ever merged. Of course, that's the best way of addressing a potential security bug. In fact, over the last 30 days alone, our users have addressed tens of thousands of alerts, some of them in pull requests, but others lurking in the baseline of the existing code. And that's just the current state. But CodeQL's analysis capabilities keep getting better. Just looking back over the past year since GitHub Universe, we've added lots of new analyses. Out of the box, we now have 25% more queries and protect you from many more vulnerability classes. CodeQL covers every single one of the SANS top 25 list of most dangerous weaknesses. We cover 96% of the threats identified in the Web Application Software Consortium. With Dependabot, code scanning covers all applicable OWASP top 10 entries. But what does all that mean? It means our users are protected from more types of problem as they go about their daily work. And the number is, of course, still growing. Now, what does it look like to bring static application security testing into the developer workflow? Well, as I said, it's a bit like having an extra security expert on your team who chimes in on code reviews when they spot something. Behind me, you can see this in action. This is an example of code scanning on the Brave browser, posting a comment, identifying a vulnerability right there where the problem occurs. It can be discussed just like any other pull request feedback. Should you address it now or later? What's the best way of mitigating it? Best of all, once you implement a fix, it will be resolved for you, allowing you to merge with confidence. At last year's GitHub Universe, we launched CodeQL support for analyzing Ruby in public beta, and over the past 12 months, we have almost doubled the available analysis rules for Ruby and incorporated feedback from dozens of beta users who have fixed more than 4,000 alerts in their Ruby code. Now we're ready to call it GA. And as we look ahead, what's next for CodeQL? Well, we expect to bring its capabilities to the most popular mobile app ecosystems, with Kotlin and Swift support shipping in beta in the coming months. If you're interested, there's a talk by our very own Tony Terralba on some early success stories here, finding real vulnerabilities in popular Android apps. With that, I'd like to pass it over to our very own Jen Shelkopf. Jen wasn't able to be with us in person, so we got her to record what she wanted to share with you.
Thanks, Pavel. Hi, I'm Jen. I'm the product director for Secret Scanning and Security Overview. I wish I could have joined you live, but I am 38 weeks pregnant today, and I thought it would be best to pre-record this. But hey, at least I got to finish my part early. Today, I'll be talking about one of the biggest challenges with application security in organizations, and that is managing code security at scale. At GitHub, we believe that developers are at the heart of application security, and we've been focused on embedding security into the developer workflow with features like secret scanning, Dependabot, and code scanning. But in most organizations, developers don't work on securing software alone. They collaborate with security teams. Security teams think holistically, and they need tools to help them work across many different repositories. Today, I'll be talking about how you can manage GitHub security features at scale, and I'll highlight Security Overview in particular. There are two big challenges that you face when working across many different repositories. The first is driving adoption. This could be a one-time activity where you turn on security features everywhere, or it could be a gradual rollout across teams. The second big issue is driving remediation. As security features are turned on, you're likely to find a lot of pre-existing issues that need to be resolved. With this information, you can work with developer teams on burning down your security tech debt and fixing any new findings in a timely manner. Let's talk about driving adoption first. To help security teams who are working across lots of repositories, we've introduced the ability to enable security features at the organization level. Today, you can enable Dependabot and secret scanning for all repositories in your organization in one click, and you can ensure that they are enabled for new repositories as well. We're also working to support this capability across all organizations in your GitHub enterprise. Today, you can enable secret scanning and push protection for your entire enterprise, and our vision is to do the same across all of our security features. Now that you've seen some controls to drive adoption, let's talk about how you get visibility into how it's going. To do that, let's take a look at 2 new pages in the security overview. Now, the security overview is a page at the organization level that helps you to understand what's happening with GitHub security tools across all of your repositories. We recently made it available to all GitHub Enterprise users, and it shows just the data that you have access to. Within Security Overview, the new coverage page is laser focused on helping you to understand and track adoption of GitHub security tools. The 3 tiles across the top show the percentage of repositories that have each feature enabled. And soon, you'll be able to see those percentages over time as well. In addition to showing you which features are enabled, we've highlighted a key capability for each one that we recommend you utilize. For example, the code scanning tile shows how many repositories have enabled alerts and pull requests, an important capability that surfaces newly added vulnerabilities right in the pull request, so the developer can resolve them before the code is merged. Finally, the repository table at the bottom shows you the current status of each security feature for a given repository, and it supports filtering and sorting so you can focus on the repositories that you care about most. Next, let's talk about driving remediation of alerts. The new risk page focuses on just one thing: helping you to understand and drive down the security alerts across your organization. Like the coverage page, there are 3 tiles across the top that focus on GitHub security features: Dependabot, code scanning, and secret scanning. For each, you can see how many alerts are open across your organization. We plan to highlight key metrics for each feature. For example, we're experimenting with mean time to resolve Dependabot alerts. The risk page also lists repositories on the bottom of the page and indicates how many alerts are open for each security feature. Like the coverage page, the risk page supports sophisticated filter queries to help you target the subset of repositories you're most concerned with. For instance, you can check how individual teams are faring with resolving their alerts. This will help you to drive remediation with the teams and repositories that you're targeting now. The last thing that I'd like to talk about is the vulnerability alerts pages. The vulnerability alerts pages surface all the individual alerts that have been created across your repositories. They look and function similarly to repository alert lists, but aggregated at the organization level. Here you can filter and sort alerts by specific criteria, and each view also gives you the ability to click into specific alerts for more details. Say, for instance, that you learn about a new high-risk dependency vulnerability. If you use the Dependabot page to search by that dependency's name, you can see how many related alerts have been created across your organization. Once you know this, you can quickly follow up with the engineering teams that own each of these repositories to ensure that the risk is quickly remediated across the organization. So we've looked at some ways to manage code security at scale, including new pages and security overview that you can now use in your organization. Now Gray is going to recap all the progress across our security products and how to learn more about our new features at GitHub Universe.
So, So let's recap. Pavel and I both talked about preventing vulnerabilities with code scanning and secret scanning, respectively. In both cases, GitHub is building security tools for developers that embed security deep into the developer workflow. Secret scanning as a push protection is like an "Are you sure?" prompt when you're pushing a secret. And code scanning is like having a security expert on your team who diligently reviews every pull request. Both are built around the idea that developers are at the heart of everything in application security. We heard from Justin and Kate about private vulnerability reporting, which we're launching today in public beta. Private vulnerability reporting is really all about the impact when we empower the community. It's built for maintainers to make it easier for them to have a fantastic security disclosure process. But since we all rely on open source and the work of those maintainers, the impact of that ship is magnified. We'll all benefit from the reduction in 0 days that private vulnerability reporting will cause. And finally, Jen talked about what GitHub is doing to make our security features work at scale, with the expansion of our organization and enterprise-level security views. As we build security into the developer workflow, we also need to empower security teams. GitHub's organization and enterprise security overviews give security teams the insight and oversight they need to maximize their impact. GitHub is doing so much in this space. There are 90-something changelog posts that we didn't get a chance to talk about. And across all of those improvements, I hope you can see that GitHub is also focused on the areas that make the biggest difference. We're committed to embedding security into the developer workflow, to empowering the community, and to supercharging the impact of security teams. By doing so, we're helping millions of developers build more secure software. Thank you for listening, and stay secure out there.
Happy afternoon, everyone. What a fantastic day for the community of developers, students, teachers, and maintainers. I'm sure, like me, a lot of you are waiting to tinker with, hey, GitHub. I'm Divya Vaishnavi, and I have the privilege of serving students and teachers across the world with GitHub Education. We at GitHub Education are here to give students the access to real-world tools and opportunities so that they can build the best code, and teachers with the resources and the platform to empower this generation of student developers. For students, we think GitHub is more than a platform. It's a journey that they take, and we handhold and assist them from being a curious computer science learner to your first CS class, your first PR, through open source contributions, hackathons, workshops, meetups, and obviously CS assignments. GitHub is the home for all students and teachers. We also share the frustration of computer science learning, the frustration of setting up a dev environment, having the exact right configuration, or having to own a device, and sometimes a powerful one. So we also experience joy in creating solutions which solves these problems, the problems of today and the problems we had when we were learning. We listened, we learned, and we collaborated with teachers. And 5 months back, we gave all global campus teachers using GitHub Classroom access to CodeSpace's education benefit, so that any student in the class does not have to spend 10 or even 5 minutes in getting started. No more the frustration of, it does not work on my machine. And today, it gives me great pleasure to share all global campus students get access to free CodeSpaces. 90 hours of CodeSpaces for free for everyone, so that you can accelerate your computer science learning. What a day to be in computer science, isn't it? By removing these complexities of setting up a dev environment or having to own a device, we believe CodeSpaces democratizes computer science learning. It makes it accessible to any student anywhere in the world. And we believe it'll foster and help a lot more student developers to get started, to build, to innovate from the cloud. It gives me immense pleasure to be here today and talk about CodeSpaces in education, and bring to you diverse perspectives from a legendary teacher, students in the community, as well as the view of the industry. So join me in welcoming the panel on the stage. Inviting David Mellon, who's a computer science professor at Harvard University, known for his famous CS50 class, which is also available on OpenCourseWare with 4 million registrants. David was also part of our first cohort of teachers with whom we experimented and explored to understand how CodeSpaces can be used in education. He's also our first professor at residence at GitHub, so it's a privilege to have you here. Welcome, David. Inviting on Sarah Maybach. Sarah leads the education initiatives at MongoDB. Welcome, Sarah. Prior to Mongo, she led programs and partnerships at NYU Entrepreneurial Institute, Stanford University, as well as General Assembly. Welcome. Now, special welcome to the students joining us. Syed Farhan Ahmed. Syed is a student. Hi, Syed. Syed is a quantum and cloud computing student at North Carolina University. He's also a Microsoft Gold Student Ambassador for Americas and APAC, and is doing a research project in classifying exotic quantum states of matter. I had to actually study what is that, using machine learning. Welcome. And last, let's call upon Forrest Anderson. Forrest is also a student at Carleton University. He is also our GitHub campus expert and dons many hats. He's the leads the working group for Rust game development, leads a lot of multiple open source projects at his universities. It's a HashiCorp ambassador, as well as teachers and TAs with GitHub Classroom. Welcome.
Thank you.
So to get started, David, like I had mentioned, you worked with us and were the early adopter of code spaces in CS50. By the way, folks, thousands of students have learned CS50 using code spaces. So I'm sure a lot of folks here and listening to us would want to know how code spaces changed the course delivery for CS50 or changed the student experience for CS50.
Absolutely. Happy to share, and happy to share a few visuals, too, along the way. So my name is David Malin. I teach a course called Computer Science 50, or CS50, at Harvard University, which is our introductory course in computer science. All of the visuals and URLs that you're about to see are actually at this URL here, if that makes it easier to follow along here in person or at home at cs50.ly/universe22. Or if you've already have your phone out, the 2D barcode should do the trick as well. So CS50 is indeed a course for majors and non-majors, and it's our introductory course for most students and an opportunity to learn not only foundations of computer science, but also programming itself. And we happen to use quite a few languages in the course's curriculum, starting students essentially in C for several weeks, transitioning thereafter to Python, a little bit of SQL by way of SQLite, and ultimately web programming with a bit of JavaScript, HTML, CSS, and such, which is to say that we use a number of technology stacks within the class, which is indeed going to motivate some of our underlying technological solutions therefore. The course is also not only available on campus here in healthier times with quite a few students in person, it's also freely available as a massive open online course, or more generally as open courseware, known as CS50X on platforms like edX and YouTube and beyond. And this means anyone around the world with simply an internet connection in any device can engage actively, not just passively, in the course's curriculum as well. And then thirdly, we have an initiative we call CS50AP, which is an adaptation of the class for teachers, particularly in high schools or other colleges or universities, via which teachers can now work with the curricular materials with their own students as well, be it for advanced placement, credit, or not. In fact, if you'd like to play along more thoroughly at home, learning a little computer science or programming itself at edX.org/CS50 is this, as well as some of CS50's follow-on courses too. So over the several years, not only for CS50 itself, but for some of those same follow-on courses, have we had a number of problems to solve recurringly. And they're perhaps familiar to a lot of educators themselves, and they really boil down to these: enabling students to write code, submit code, and review code. And we learned early on, because our own human resources are primarily focused, of course, on students and teaching, that we didn't necessarily want to allocate, and we didn't really have a lot of development resources we could allocate to solving these problems ourselves in code. And so as frequently as we can, we tried to build upon open source and even commercially available software so that we are really just the glue stitching together some more commodity-style solutions so we can focus on the pedagogy of the class and the teaching of students. And I thought I'd share not only some of the history of our solving problems on top of GitHub.com, but most recently on top of code spaces itself, so that students can write code, and then GitHub Classroom now, particularly for our K-12 audiences, to distribute some of the course's assignments, otherwise known as problem sets. And so here's what things looked like, at least back in 2007 and really prior. Students on campus in CS50 had shell accounts on some Linux, previously Unix cluster on campus, then SSH prior to that, simply Telnet. And if you're familiar with this sort of narrative, it was centrally maintained servers for students on which they had accounts. This, of course, meant we could pre-install all of the requisite software for at least C and debuggers and so forth early on, and also host anything later on in the course ourselves. This didn't necessarily lend itself to open courseware in an online audience, since it's not the best idea to give anyone on the internet shell accounts on your own system, and there was certainly a scalability challenge over the past several years. So this evolved eventually into client-side virtual machines, a so-called CS50 appliance, pictured here, that anyone on the internet could download and run locally on their own Mac or PC, and that too had all the requisite support for the same stacks. More recently, though, have we leveraged cloud computing all the more as bandwidth has become more readily available, technology has advanced such that we can abstract away some of these services, and so we transitioned some years ago to using what was Cloud9, an open source SDK that eventually became part of Amazon, on top of which we built a pedagogically motivated integrated development environment. But as my colleagues know, it was on us really to maintain the underlying infrastructure for that, the containers, the underlying plumbing, and to make all of that work abstractly for students in browsers. But it did enable teachers and students alike to now have
only the need for a simple browser, and they could actually start learning to code and computer science in turn. But most recently, of course, have we transitioned to code spaces, which has been particularly appealing for us because it's enabled us, at least as the teachers in the class and my colleagues, to get out of, to the extent we can, the DevOps business, if you will, and focus much less on the back end, the orchestration of these containers, and really focus our limited development time. And indeed, you're looking at half of our software developers, and the other half is sitting in the audience here with me, my colleague Rongxin Liu, who are the ones with our colleagues past who actually stitch together the ideas we have to try to make them a reality for students. And so in code spaces, if still unfamiliar, you get, in our case, Visual Studio Code in the cloud. It gives us a file explorer at left. It gives students code tabs at top right. And then most compelling for us curricularly is it still gives them an underlying terminal window and access to an underlying system, which is to say it's not a toy environment. It really is representative of what we want them to learn ultimately and what many of them might very well use in the real world. And so we've been very deliberate pedagogically not to isolate students in more toy environments, but from the days of the terminal window to the client-side virtual machine to now code spaces, the goal has been to really give students, albeit a bootstrapped version of an environment, but one that's very representative of what we want them to take away from the course ultimately. Now, for those less familiar, particularly teachers who might not have played yet with something like code spaces, thought I'd share just some of the lower level implementation details and then move on to the higher level implications of all these technologies. So there's a devcontainer.json file, which is essentially a set of key value pairs. Our own is at this URL here. And this allows teachers like me to pre-configure students' programming environments, their code space, with, for instance, these three keys. Extensions, which is a JSON array of like all of the VS Code or other such extensions you want pre-installed in their environments. An image key, which specifies a Docker image, which, if unfamiliar with Dockerization technology, it's like lighter weight virtual machines in the cloud. It allows us to specify our own image into which we've installed support for C and SQLite and the underlying things that you might want to apt install or using some other distribution of Linux in our case. And then settings, key value pairs that simply specify all of the GUI settings that you want, particularly for new students to programming that just simplifies the GUI for them. Beyond that, we have our own Docker file available at this URL here, which prescribes exactly what to install and pre-configure in the underlying Linux environments that we use for students. And then, thanks to my colleague again, Rongxin, and others, do we have our own set of extensions, not just ones available in the marketplace, but one specific to CS50 that does very simple things. So if a student just reloads their browser window in which the code space is, we make sure to reopen any tabs, any activity bars, any status bars that they might have opened or closed, gotten themselves into a confusing state, so as to really just simplify things that might otherwise be the source of quite a few FAQs for us. We have our own tool, Debug50, a command line program that essentially automates the process, if familiar, of launching VS Code's built-in debugger, but automates the process of creating the requisite launch.json file and just makes it easier to use, particularly in our case, with command line arguments with C or Python programs at the command line. This particular tool simply launches the familiar GUI, so we're not creating, again, any sort of toy environment that students won't encounter in the real world, but just providing a bit more scaffolding or training wheels, ultimately, that we take off only later in the term. Thereafter, do we have even a little more playfully, something you might be familiar with, rubber duck debugging, pictured here in the real world. But if students don't yet have their own rubber duck, or really an inanimate object with whom they can discuss their bugs, and hopefully, in reciting their challenges, hear any logic in their statement, thanks to some colleagues present and past, we have our own virtual debugger. Pictured here is the artwork, therefore, by Sophie Anderson, the daughter of one of our own team members. And what you have in VS Code here, and anyone can install this, be it locally or online, you can talk to a virtual duck. So if you are hoping you can help me solve a problem, ... this particular duck really only responds pseudo-randomly with either quack, 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 or quack, quack, quack. But even then, the hope is just pedagogically to help students hear the logic in what it is they're typing, or in this case here, saying instead. We also install built-in support from the marketplace for C and for Python and for Live Share, which is particularly enabling for teachers who want to see in situ what problems students are having. And we install GitDoc, for instance. My GitHub's own Jonathan Carter, a friend of ours who helps us via this extension, automatically back up students' code to an underlying GitHub repository repository as well. Ultimately, we're now experimenting a little more pedagogically with other forms of VS Code extensions so that we can create lab-like environments and lesson plans built on top of free open repos and YAML files and Markdown and the like. And ultimately, I can say whether you have a class of 5 students, 50 students, 500, to date, we've used Codespaces ourselves with some 240,000 plus students by way of OpenCourseWare. And wonderfully, it seems to be scaling quite well, even to classes of that size here. Absolutely. And lastly, particularly for our K-12 audiences, has GitHub Classroom, if unfamiliar, another tool for which teachers can freely sign up, allowed us to distribute assignments. And just a whirlwind tour of what this can do for you, as it has some of our own teachers. If you create your own GitHub repository, inside of which has some of these same configuration files that I've alluded to, students can treat this as a template repository and accept an assignment, so to speak, which copies your starter code into their account. When they then push to that same repository by way of GitHub Actions and some configuration files, can you automate auto-grading that then happens in the back end every time a student might submit? By way of a pull request that's automatically opened, can you comment on students' code line by line if you have the bandwidth for qualitative feedback as well? And ultimately, all this and more is available at this URL here, education.github.com. And indeed, as we transition now to our conversation, just wanted to express my gratitude to all that this team here and around the world has done to make all this possible for our students and so many others. Thank you.
Yay. Wish I was a student in this era. Forrest, luckily you are. So tell me, what do you see upcoming in your classes, like if the tentacles of Codespaces hasn't reached it yet?
Yeah, thank you so much, Divya. So at Carleton, I TA our first-year game development course, as well as I teach a course, is student-led, and teaches the Rust programming language to students. Now, with all of these students, they already have 5 courses on their plate. And so to ask them to do more stuff takes a lot out of their agenda already. And so to be able to set up an environment that allows them to very quickly get started with the technologies I'm asking them to use is amazing for workshops, it's amazing for teaching, and it's definitely really helped with the entire process of just kind of doing this on the side. Now, over the summer, I work with students to build projects that can help the university. And so we've done some for our discrete math courses and some for our other things. And with, in the past, my solution was to set up a Linux machine that all the students would SSH into. I made different users, and it was not secure. And so this, the announcement today to have Codespaces be available to students for free for 90 hours a month is a really great movement towards being able to get these students onto projects, onto setting up their own development environments that are a lot more reliable than trying to do it in some sort of like janky way. And so yeah, for a lot of stuff that I do, Codespaces really enables me to sort of take it to the next level and take out an entire category of technical support that I have to provide otherwise.
Wow, that's awesome. Sarah, for MongoDB being a technology company, and you heard from David from his class, Forrest as a TA or what he sees, do these things resonate with you as well? Do you see it in the industry, these problems, or can Codespaces help there?
Absolutely. These challenges are not unique to students. Really, anyone getting started with technology can face these sort of problems where you're trying to set up your local development environment. You have library dependencies. You need the right versions of things, or else there can be incompatibilities between the various tools. And on top of all this, let's say you look for a tutorial online. That tutorial could be old, so you can't always follow it exactly. Codespaces solves many of these issues for educators, but we think there can be implications for enterprises too, who are looking to train users quickly and eliminate some of the friction that comes with getting started.
Yeah, we've seen great success with Codespaces in enterprises. Rather, GitHub and our engineering team uses Codespaces on a day-to-day basis. GitHub is built using Codespaces. But bringing you back to, say, Codespaces in education, how would you imagine MongoDB being taught using Codespaces?
Absolutely. So I'll start by mentioning that I'm here representing MongoDB for Academia, which is our program to support educators and students in teaching and learning MongoDB. We create curriculum resources like lecture materials and labs to be used in the classroom. And one place where we see Codespaces coming in would potentially be for an educator who wishes to, let's say, cover MongoDB in a lecture and then assign a lab to go with it. We have prepared a quick demo to show how this could look. Just keep in mind that the code spaces themselves are ephemeral and not persistent. So in this demo, you'll see we're using MongoDB Atlas, which is our cloud-hosted database offering. MongoDB has a free forever tier, and we also offer credits for students and educators. So with that, we're going to load up a demo from my colleague Rochelle Palmer at MongoDB.
Hello, I'm Rochelle, one of the product leads here at MongoDB, and I'm here to show you GitHub Code Spaces and how it can be used to teach your students technology a little bit faster. Let's start out with talking about why you should use Code Spaces. So Code Spaces is a non-persistent cloud-based environment for you to be able to pre-configure projects for your students. And I'm going to show you how easy it is to set up and explain to you how that's done in a video, which is about 2 minutes long, and that's how long it would take for your students. So let's show that. So the first thing you'll need is an organization in GitHub, and you'll need Code Spaces access on that organization. Then you're going to clone in a project repo. In the example I'm going to show you, it's a Mainstage tutorial with a pre-built app, but you can clone in partial project repos with the expectation that your students would complete certain steps as part of a lab, or a full one so that they can just tinker around and then look at the code to sort of learn by observation. Once you've created the code space on that repo, then you'll add the code spaces extension and modify your config files as needed. This is very straightforward, and I'll also show you that. So let's just take a look at this quick video. Okay, here's my Mainstage repository cloned in. I'm going to click code, create a code space. It'll build the code space for me. Here's a VS Code IDE in the cloud. I'm going to add the code spaces extension. Then I'm going to add the Node.js extension to my dev container. I'm going to rebuild. Now I'm going to modify the dev container JSON to do some port forwarding so that I can actually access the application that I'm going to build. And I'm going to add some extra extensions that I like to use. So they're going to be a VS Code extension and a theme. And then I'm going to rebuild. All right, now I'm in here with my repository. I have a client, I have a server. I'm just going to open 2 terminals, and then I'm going to start my application server. And client server. And then I'm going to set up my config environment file for MongoDB. So remember earlier I put in the port, so just make sure I've entered that, and I've entered in my connection string to my MongoDB Atlas database, and then start things up. And then open in the browser. I have a couple of example records. I can create a new record. This will then insert it into the MongoDB database. And I can also edit and delete as I see fit. And we're done. 2 minutes, 5 seconds.
2 minutes and 5 seconds. There you have it. We're really excited about code spaces in education, and we'll be releasing additional information about how to teach MongoDB using code spaces in the weeks to come.
Looking forward to it. So Syed, as you build for your project and research on exotic quantum states of matter, what are the challenges that you face? And do you think code spaces can help help researchers as well and make your life better?
Thank you for your question, Divya. So as part of my project under the Cascade Advocate Mentorship Program at IBM, I'm developing advanced quantum machine learning techniques for identifying and classifying exotic quantum states of matter. So this project heavily involves quantum shadow tomography and use of these latest builds of libraries like JAX or even libraries like Google NTK, neural tangent kernels, of course, to work with infinite width neural networks. Now, installing these libraries is a big hassle, especially when you have to take care of the latest builds, the experimental builds, etc. And this was one of the main challenges that we faced as part of this research. And GitHub Codespaces definitely comes to the rescue in this case. So Codespaces provides us an instant containerized Linux-based a cloud development environment. And I can literally set up my entire environment with a single click right from my GitHub repo. So right now, I can work from anywhere, literally anywhere, as long as I have access to my web browser. And of course, I don't have to worry about the installation or the maintenance of these complex packages. So talking about the research community, Codespaces can definitely help. Let's say I'm giving a presentation at a conference or code demonstrations of my research. It can definitely help the audience in easily following along the hands-on tutorials without having to worry about installation of the complex packages required for quantum computing or AI research.
Great. That actually brings a question to my mind, and I'll put you on the spot, David. Like Sayed said, and most of you said, it's awesome to get started. It's great to follow along in a workshop, in the classroom. But the feedback that I also hear from teachers is setting up a dev environment is also a core skill to become a developer. And that's why they fear not using Codespaces. So what would be your advice to them?
Yeah, I think that's an interesting tension and trade-off potentially. I think for us, teaching CS50 and more generally courses that might be called CS1, CS2, which are really about teaching students the primitives underlying any number of programming languages, starting with literally hello world, and really working from the ground floor up. I think that what you don't want is having students futz with and struggle with technical support issues that are really intellectually beside the point in those early weeks of the semester. I absolutely agree that there's value in troubleshooting the mechanics of getting things working, but I think just too often with language runtimes, whether it's with Python or especially with a language in our case like C, there's just so many things that can go wrong, even to the simplest for people like us of like the path hasn't been updated to have the binary of the Python interpreter or the like. I mean, that's a useful skill to know how to diagnose and solve ultimately, but I would propose that at least for courses like ours, that belongs toward the end of the semester, not at the beginning. And so for us, the perfect narrative with VS Code and Codespaces specifically has been we can start students in the cloud on day one, have them building Hello World and everything that follows, and then at the end of the semester, transition them to what's still a real-world programming environment, but it is on their own Mac and PC, when now they can distinguish the syntactical errors versus what are actually user errors or installation challenges instead.
Yeah. I see that as like, let the kids cycle with the guardrails on, and otherwise many might not even try. So, yeah. I know, Sarah, MongoDB also has their own certifications with MongoDB University. We've seen that trend of classrooms moving to the cloud. So how are there changes happening in MongoDB University as well? Are you starting to use the IDE in the cloud?
IDE that you'll see on our MongoDB University platform. And this allows students to really tinker and test, and then it validates their entries. This is really helpful for learners to take what they've learned in the MongoDB University course and immediately apply what they're learning.
Great. We've spoken a lot about Codespaces in the classroom. And I know a student's life, as much as it's in the classroom, is outside the classroom as well. So Sayed, the question I have for you is, what about Codespaces outside the classroom? What opportunities now show up for students with this new Codespaces education benefit?
So talking about it from a research community's perspective, so Codespaces definitely unlocks tons of opportunities for students outside of classroom. So based on my experience, the main issues that I've seen is when a research community is giving a code demonstration and then they have a new package that they've created, or they have the experimental builds of already existing packages, and that has to be installed in the laptops or the systems of the entire audience. And that's where Codespaces, again, comes to the rescue, wherein it gives you, a really nice backend right in the web browser, and the audience can easily follow along, and of course the students and the researchers. So according to me, I would say this is the right time. It's now more easy than ever to get started with research thanks to CodeSpaces.
Awesome. Forrest, anything you want to add there?
Yeah, so I think, and adding on to David's point a little bit about sort of like what the learning outcomes are for these first-year students who are coming into computer science, I definitely like this idea of being able to sort of backload a lot more of the environment setup to a point where you already have some understanding of how a computer works. Now, on top of that, though, at Carleton in particular, we do have a lot of students who have to take computer science courses and aren't in computer science. And so for them, they are kind of coming in and getting stuck. Okay, this is the biggest example ever, but the Python path, like not having that set up, that's a big problem. And so a lot of people get stuck there, and it's really difficult to find that motivation to enjoy computer science, even though, I mean, computer science is so much fun. Like when we work with new students, there's like so much energy that they can bring to computer science, to ideas, and from their other disciplines. And so, yeah, with CodeSpaces being able to take a lot of that brunt at the beginning and not have students go to their TAs to ask questions about why their computer isn't running the code, that's a really powerful thing.
David, what would be your advice to students? Like, when should they use CodeSpaces, when they should use the local IDE, VS Code, JetBrains, any of it? Like, when, what?
Yeah, I think when learning something new for the first time, whether it's some open source repository that you want to tinker with, or it's an assignment early on in a class like ours, like I think it just makes sense to avoid, to Forrest's point, of the unnecessary complexity potentially that might get in the way of actually genuinely delighting and learning something new and focusing on the intellectual challenges of the code or the problem at hand as opposed to the configuration. With that said, we are often in places where you don't have great or reliable Wi-Fi, whether it's while traveling or just in an off corner in the dormitory. And so there's also value certainly in having offline ability as well. Depending on the class, if it's a hardware class or anything that might need some localized hardware for performance, I think at that point you might very well need to use VS Code or JetBrains or something else locally so that you can actually talk directly to that hardware. So I think it depends on what the goal is. But I think for ease of access to just getting started, especially when you just want an ephemeral environment that you don't want to or need to have stick around, then using something in the cloud is quite compelling.
So I know we talked about the education CodeSpaces benefit for both teachers and students. MongoDB is also part of our student developer pack. So do you want to share with the students what benefit they get?
We have had the fortune of working closely with GitHub's education team for many years now. And as mentioned, we are part of the GitHub Student Developer Pack. And for students in the audience, you are eligible for $50 in Atlas credits, which is our cloud-hosted database offering, as well as free certification after completing a few of our MongoDB University courses. I'll also mention for any educators in the audience, check out mongodb.com/academia for curriculum resources as well.
Perfect. Any last thoughts you want to share, David?
I think just gratitude on behalf of certainly us who are up here and also other teachers who have found their ways to technologies on GitHub. It's really been enabling, and to my point earlier, it's really been a wonderful liberation from focusing as teachers on the mechanics of just getting environments set up, and particularly for our class, which is so available online, not only to high school teachers, but students anywhere, the fact that they don't need to figure out how to configure their own system, the fact that a teacher doesn't need system administration support for the computer lab, they just need a browser, is pretty enabling when it comes to the accessibility of computing and computer science. So I think that's been a huge win overall.
Yeah, I very strongly believe like CodeSpaces was changing education and making it really accessible to everyone. Any last thoughts any of you want to talk about and share about?
I think for myself, I'm definitely most excited to see where I can take sort of CodeSpaces and get students who are in their first year really working on projects that they wouldn't have otherwise. And for a lot of students, this is really what they want to be putting on their resume. And so to have the ability to go to a workshop and instantly get up and running with a web application, or just to work on their own side projects and have other people be able to help them sort of with the getting their environment set up in this way, I think is definitely something that students are really going to be able to sort of grasp onto and really like sort of enable them to do a lot more.
So yeah, being a TA myself for one of the hardware courses at North Carolina State University, I feel that CodeSpaces is really necessary, not only on the hardware side, but also on the software side, of course, adding on to David's point. Yeah.
Awesome. So learn by doing is also a philosophy very close to our heart. And not only just giving the benefit or the freebies, what we are also doing is launching a new experience in the global campus so that you get the templates, the content, the recordings, so that you can get your hands dirty, you can get started, build stuff. There are templates available so that you can build a Discord bot, start learning Python, JavaScript, and all of it. If you're not already enjoying the benefits of GitHub Education, don't miss out. Go to education.github.com. And thank you all of you for joining me. Thank you all for joining me. I hope and wish that with everything that you have heard today, we've ignited some new thoughts. We've inspired you to build from here. Thank you so much.
everyone. So good to be back in person for GitHub Universe, and a huge hello to all of you watching from home, whether you're watching from your office, you're about to prepare dinner, or you're joining us as you're having breakfast. It is so great to have you with us. How about that video? Wasn't it great? It's the first time anyone in the world has seen that video about GitHub, and you're about to see a lot more of it around the United States and soon the world, as we continue to tell the GitHub story, which is, in part, your story. I'm really excited to be closing out day one. It's been a packed day full of talks, and I encourage everyone to stick around tomorrow. There are great talks from Mike Hanley, our SVP of engineering, about how we build software. Talks from maintainers about how they're sharing their work with the world, and of course, our opening keynote tomorrow with Stormy Peters, our VP of Communities. You do not want to miss her talk and the stories from her team about how all of you are powering the world with software. Throughout Universe, throughout the day so far, you've been hearing a lot about how we got here, how software has changed the world, how our ships are in your hands, and how you're making them your own. But for a moment, I want to rewind the clock a bit, about a decade back, and talk about a much younger GitHub, back when there were just small ideas, tiny ideas that were being built with love and passion and turned into something absolutely incredible. And my story starts with an Octocat. I joined GitHub about 10 years ago. And when I joined, we had a relatively small paid product that had some early success, something called GitHub FI, which ultimately became GitHub Enterprise Server. It was small, but a growing business. The pull request was created, and we also built a lot of things that never saw the light of day. But most importantly, millions of developers were already flocking to GitHub, building and sharing their code with each other. The open source community rallied around GitHub. And all along the way, we had an Octocat that was growing with us. The Octocat became a part of the GitHub zeitgeist because of a simple, tiny idea. The founders wanted a fun error page, something to make you smile when we all screwed up. But with Git having the concept of an octopus merge, a nerdy idea mingled with a fun one, and the Octocat was born. We purchased the image from an illustrator named Simon Oxley, the same illustrator who created logos for DigitalOcean, Bitly, and the huge startups of the day. But what started as a fun, nerdy, put a smile on your face idea quickly turned into something so much more. The designers at GitHub created dozens of Octocats. They became a way to describe your identity, whether you're a Parentacat, a Yogitacat, or one of my personal favorites, the Maxtacat. Hubbers, developers, customers, people dressed in suits were clamoring for stickers from a bunch of us wearing hoodies, and so we kept tinkering. Like, we really went deep on this. How does an Octocat walk? I mean, really, how many tentacles does the Octocat have, and why is it obviously not 8? And what we were really asking was, how do we entertain people while we're teaching them about Git, or version control, or the latest enterprise release? Over the years, we've produced more than a dozen full-length animations, a physical Octocat figurine, a plushie that my kids love, and much more. The Octocat got a name, Mona, a full backstory, a world, and a community all her own. So why the hell does a software company invest this much into a brand? As Cameron and early Hubbard said, it's not something that you do logically or analytically. It doesn't seem like it would even be a successful brand element, but we did it anyway. And it was an enormous success because people view the Octocat as an extension of our community of developers. And because whether it's software or Octocats, at GitHub, we're never quite done. At Universe this year, we have an absolutely beautiful new book celebrating 10 years of tinkering, crafting, and perfecting our Octocat by our design teams, our animation teams, illustration teams, and our community. So if you're here on site with us, it's definitely worth a look in the shop. The pages are absolutely beautiful. The Octocat, the animations, the community are still evolving and growing every day because of all of you. So the reason I wanted to tell you this story, the journey that it brought us on, the journey that it brought me on, is because at GitHub, we're builders too. We're building for builders. And we all need somewhere to start. We start with an idea, we tinker with it, we go deep, and we see what happens. That was the GitHub I joined 10 years ago, and it's still the GitHub of today. And so, right now, I want to do something we haven't done in a while. I want to show you the things that are on our workbench, that are in our labs, the ideas that are just experiments. I'm talking about things that may never make it all the way to the product or be next year's big announcement at Universe, but those ideas that are just small ideas, and maybe they'll become our next big release. Arthur Ashe, a famous American tennis player, said, "Start where you are, use what you have, and do what you can." And we can do a whole hell of a lot. And so here we go. Let me show you what we're experimenting on. I'm going to be doing this live because who doesn't love a live demo, particularly when they go bad? I mean, hell, especially when they go bad, I guess. And so I hope you'll stick with me as we work through this. GitHub Universe. Great. OK, so the theme at this year's GitHub Universe and our new tagline is let's build from here. So what if we took that literally? What if you could build GitHub in GitHub? If your repository was more than just a static README and a link to documentation or your website, or to some other tool that you have to use to give it a try. And that's why the team has built blocks, a way to engage with your repos directly and interactively. So let me show you. So here I have a little example project. Of course, like every good project, it needs a README. So let me go ahead and add that now. The home of the Octocats. OK, but I don't just want to type a bunch of words, right? I want to make it easier for people to understand what's going on in my repo. I can do that by directly embedding a block that shows off what it does. You'll see it's using my demo.js file. I can click this button and immediately start seeing what my script does. Look at all those Octocats, right? That was me earlier. We should also list out the possible images that we can get back. So I'll add another header. Come down here. Images. And now, in this block, we can see all the possible options that would be returned by the script. But blocks is way more than just a README editor. So let me get out of full screen mode. And I can quickly click Save and immediately commit this to my repository. Blocks reimagines repos, and it puts your repository's core front and center. So we have a file tree on the left and history on the right. Blocks are components that customize how you interact with your content. It could be as simple as a file viewer or as powerful as a live code sandbox or a WYSIWYG editor. Under the hood, a block is a JavaScript component that knows how to interact with the files and folders inside your repo. So you can think of them like little apps that you deploy simply by pushing to GitHub. But what should the README of the future look like? Well, maybe it looks a little bit like this. Here's an example of the P5.js project. Now, instead of using an SVG hack or adding everything manually, we can have a proper project health block along the top for people to get a sense of the popularity of the project. You can scroll down and use an interactive demo. This isn't a screenshot. I can go right here into the code and immediately start changing it. We can even have reference documentation with search. So as you know, I want to draw a circle with this library. I can type in circle, click it, scroll down, and immediately edit. Now here, further down, I can highlight the contributors of the project. Oop, there we go. Let's see if we can find someone. Hey, thanks, Kate. Now, we see projects split their time and their energies by building really great project websites to make their projects approachable and more powerful. But with blocks, projects can have a powerful UX that isn't possible with simple Markdown and with no need for a separate project website. And it's not just READMEs. You can read and write any content inside your repository. So let's take a look at an example of a diagram. I opened up this Excalidraw diagram. I can view it, and I can immediately say, hello, universe, and save it to my repository. Or if I'm keeping some sort of data set in my repo, instead of viewing it as a text file, I can have a spreadsheet interface We didn't really have much rain today, which was amazing. Or I can view this information as a chart by looking at a chart block. Now, even if it is code in some form, sometimes it's not always best to read it as simple text. So I can load up this style sheet, or corporate style sheet over here. I don't want to see the raw code, I want to see the actual style guide. And I can even click through history so that I can see what has changed over time. Actually, I want to put this style guide at the bottom of my README. So I'll put it here. Okay, great. Blocks aren't only for files. You can use them on entire folders or even entire repos. So say you're running a community. You can build out your own dashboard like this one, which shows the health of your community within your repository. And even internally, we've been finding blocks to be a great way to prototype the future of GitHub. We've prototyped a block here that uses GitHub Copilot to summarize the explanation of the code for each function. We can create blocks, deploy them, learn from them, and keep iterating. And that is GitHub Blocks. So Blocks is available as an experiment for you to sign up and give a try, both the blocks we've created, but also the blocks that you want to create on your own. So head on over to blocks.githubnext.com to sign up for the waitlist and share your ideas of what an interactive repository experience should be. So in that Blocks demo, I quickly showed you a way that we're experimenting with integrating the power of GitHub Copilot and AI into the core of the GitHub experience. But when I'm writing code, I'm not just in github.com or in my editor all day. I'm also using my terminal. So what if GitHub Copilot could also be just as helpful in your CLI? Let me show you an example. So say you've forgotten the exact incantation of listing all the TypeScript files in your project. Let's ask GitHub Copilot and see if it can help. We invoke it by just typing ? and asking what we want. OK, that looks right, but I can then ask Copilot to refine it even further. I know the last time I did this, it returned a bunch of junk from node modules, so I'll say exclude node modules. OK, you can pass -v to grep. I didn't know that. Finally, let's sort the list so we can make the list easier to read. Sort by size. OK, that looks right. Let's run it. There you go. All the code sorted with a good overview of where your source code is concentrated. But another place that I sometimes can forget flags and options is with Git. It can be incredibly powerful to manipulate, say, Git log data, but it can also be hard to remember all the subcommands and flags. We've built a special command into GitHub Copilot CLI that helps you with Git commands, so let's start with a simple one. Let's see if it can help with deleting a branch. OK, I mean, that one was easy. So now let's say we want to do some Git sleuthing through commits. I want to pull up a list of the commits that are security related, but I can't for the life of me remember how to do this. So let me ask Copilot commits with the word security. OK, today I learned you can pass the grep flag to git log. Now all I got to do is run it, and there we go. GitHub also has a flexible CLI experience that we call GH, but every now and then, stringing together advanced commands can be difficult. So we built another special command to help just with that. So let me get all the open issues on the Tailwind CSS repository. Tailwind CSS. OK, I can pass it the state flag to issue list, so that makes sense. But what if I wanted a consolidated list of users who have opened issues on the Tailwind CSS repo? Have opened issues on Tailwind Labs, Tailwind CSS. OK, it passes the JSON flag, so I'm only filtering down the response to a particular field. And of course, it's using JQ to make sure I'm only getting each user once. Let's run it, and there we go. Shout out to Mike McQuaid, I got to update Brew. With GitHub Copilot in your CLI, you can start to see how similar to using it in your IDE it is. You can both more easily get your task done, but when you forget about grep and git log, but you also get the benefit of learning how to craft complete end-to-end commands in your shell, Git, or GH command line tool. I'm so excited about the potential for GitHub Copilot CLI to save me time and teach me a few things along the way. Okay, so now we've shown you AI in your command line. I want to head back to the editor for a minute. If you've used an image editing tool like Photoshop, you've probably been familiar with brushes, right? To use a brush, you paint on an image and it applies some sort of effect wherever you've painted. Now, we wondered, what if you could use brushes, but not just on your code? Not just on images, but on your code. Now, let me show you the next experiment that we're very creatively calling brushes. So here we have a JavaScript file. It's got a bunch of functions in it, as you can see. I want to take a look at this first function. So it's a little bit hard to read. It's super terse. And while I know being clever is fun, I'd rather just understand what all the operators are doing here. So I'm going to click into the function. And it opens up a toolbox of brushes. This first brush is going to rewrite the code and make it more readable. There we go. This code's much easier to read. Instead of multiple ternary statements all in one line, we have them split into their own statements and conditions. Now, what else can we do here? Well, since it's a TypeScript file, we can also have it add some types. Okay, it's guessing the two input parameters are going to be numbers. It's going to output a number. All right, let's go on to the next function here. So I know there's a bug in this one from when I ran it earlier today, but I'm not totally sure what's going on. So there's a job with our third brush here, which will make a look for bugs and try to fix them. So let's do that. Okay. Oh, okay. It looks like I misspelled low. Great. And now, this is not going to work for all bugs, to be obvious, right? But we can use this next brush to make this function easier to debug all up. Okay, it looks like it's added a log statement, so our program will print out the value of each variable every time we run this code. It's much faster than if I were to type this all out myself when I'm doing some console log debugging. And after we're done, we'll want to clean up this code. I'd normally do that by hand, but why not just have a brush do that for us? Okay, great. This third function's also a little bit hard to follow. So we have this brush, which is going to go ahead, break it up into steps so it's easier for me and whoever comes next. As you can see, it's broken this into steps, told us what each of those steps done. I find this very valuable to use when I'm looking at new code bases or code in languages that I'm not particularly familiar with. But all of these brushes don't just work in JavaScript. They'll help you out anywhere you're writing code. So let's take a look at this HTML file with a little bit of CSS. We have this CSS snippet that's going to round the corners of our form. And I know that I have to do something to make it work in all browsers, but I can never remember what that is either. So I can use this brush to make my code more robust. There we go. It's went in and added the vendor prefixes, and it looks good to me. We know this won't cover every use case that you'll run into. So we've also made an ability to add custom brushes on the fly. This form right here isn't very accessible as it's currently written. We want to make it easier for screen readers for sure. So let's create a new brush that makes this form more accessible. And there we go. It's added IDs, and it's linked to labels to the input tags. So those are a few of the brushes that we're putting into the toolbox for this experiment. Our Copilot Labs VS Code extension has a bunch of really great experiments with GitHub Copilot. You can explain code, you can translate code between languages, and more. And we just added this brushes experiment today. So go download the Copilot Labs extension on the VS Code extension marketplace to give it a try. So I've shown you 3 new uses of AI within your developer workflow: in your repository, in your terminal, and in your IDE via new, novel uses of GitHub Copilot. But Copilot's magic is that it continuously assists developers with non-intrusive, helpful suggestions. You can look, you can learn, or you can ignore it all and carry on typing. Yet coding clearly goes beyond editing. It's also about collaboration. And GitHub's pull requests are at the center of that collaboration. So how can we bring the power of AI to software collaboration? Our aim is to provide AI assistance to developers at every stage, from beginners learning to fix their first issue to experts carefully reviewing large PRs. We're calling this experiment AI for pull requests. One of our prototypes is an easy-to-use GitHub app we call PRBot. But we think there are a ton of interaction models here. We've had a great partnership with OpenAI. Models just keep getting better and better, so we're really excited about the possibilities. So let me show you some early samples of PRBot in action. Here's a cut-down version of the TensorFlow 2.0 tutorials, and someone has filed an issue. Here, this issue wants to, oops, sorry, wrong one. This one wants to replace TensorFlow with PyTorch. So a task like this can sometimes be daunting whether you're new or an existing contributor. So let's show you how PRBot could go about making a change like this. We'll give it a quick second to read the changes, and there we go. Here's a quick explanation about how I should move forward to make a change like it suggested. Now, why not also have it suggest the changes given the explanation looked good? Now, for this, the bot will react with an emoji to let us know that it's thinking, and then it's going to start walking through the various files in my repository and start suggesting a change. So I can start to click into the changes. OK, this one makes sense. Take a look at another one down here as it's still working. You'll notice it's not just changing the libraries, but also changing the function calls where necessary. OK, it skipped the README. And then PRBot will also put together a pull request for us that we can go and review. So let's take a look at that. Perfect. Now, let's say instead someone sent you a pull request. Well, the first thing in this PR is that it doesn't have a very good description. So let's ask PRBot to describe the changes that it sees in our PR. We'll give it a second again. It sends an emoji to know that it's working. It's starting to describe the changes in the various files. And here we go. This pull request makes the following changes. Now, I can get a broad overview of what this PR is doing before I go and attempt to review the PR myself. Now, why not just ask PRBot if I should merge this pull request? Because you can't do it without a code review. So we'll give PRBot a quick second. We'll scroll back up to do the work, and boom, there it is. Here's a suggested change with all the context of the PR. So if you're going to offer a review similar to what you'd expect, from your colleagues, here it is. I have the changes to fix. That one also looks good. I'm going to commit the changes. And we're good to go. So even if we want to have a human team member review this before we finally merge, utilizing Copilot gives immediate feedback at any time of day that goes way beyond linters. We're still very hard at work on even more use cases on having AI within issues and pull request workflows to make the lives of developers easier. This set of experiments isn't quite ready for you to play with, but we've got well over a dozen more in the works, and we're so excited to show you those sometime early next year. So blocks, Copilot CLI, brushes, AI for PRs, and a dozen other experiments and tinkering projects that I didn't show you. At GitHub, we're trying to find new ways every day to put developers first. And it's not just a tagline, it's not an empty promise. We're developers too. We also want to stay in the flow. We're not interested in tools that just get the job done. We're chasing happiness and the joy of building just like you. Some of these experiments start small, and they stay small. But some of them start small, look like they won't work. We go back to the drawing board. The idea grows a little, evolves a little more, and then it takes on a shape and becomes something that changes the face of software. Everything I've shown you in this session is built by our GitHub Next team and fueled by the feedback of thousands of Hubbers and all of you. GitHub Next is the team that worries about exploring the unknown, pushing what software development should be like, and of course, experimenting. A lot of their ideas will never see the light of day, but we learn, we tinker, and we iterate again. So If you want to learn more about what this immensely talented team of researchers and engineers are up to, check out their work at githubnext.com. You can sign up for the blocks experiment, take a look at learnings from efforts like flat data or workspaces, and give us your feedback. githubnext.com/survey. Your ideas fuel our ideas. For those of you in person, you can find members of the GitHub Next team at the demo stations and throughout the event. So let's take it all the way back to the beginning, back to the Octocat. Started with a fun idea, a way to put a smile on the face of a developer, when something was broken. And the experiments I showed you today, they're like early Octocats. We're still sketching them out, but you're developers, you get it. This is part of the enormous magic of software, sketching it out, getting feedback, iterating quickly, getting it into people's hands, and seeing what happens next. Sometimes it can feel like software is like sketching on a page, drawing something, erasing some of it, drawing it again, because in a way it's just like that. Bits mean nothing until someone starts using them. And I'm so excited to get some of these bits into your hands today and someday in the future. Come back tomorrow morning for the kickoff of day 2 with Stormy Peters at 9:30 a.m. Pacific, 12:30 p.m. back home for me in Eastern Time, 5:30 p.m. GMT, and for the last thing before you go to bed at 11 p.m. Indian Standard Time. I want to offer a huge thank you so much for our sponsors for being a great part of this experience today and tomorrow. Thank you to the production team who's been doing amazing work with us the past 3 days. And thanks to all of you for being here with us on day 1 of GitHub Universe 2022. We'll see you all tomorrow.
What do you mean, what is GitHub? Let me show you.
Good morning. Hello, GitHub Universe. 94 million developers call us their home.
Watch this. Hey, GitHub, run program.
I am thrilled to announce that Codespaces will be available for all GitHub users with up to 60 hours of free usage every month.
Today, I'm pleased to announce the release of GitHub Enterprise Server 3.7.
I'm excited to announce a $10 million GitHub fund in partnership with M12. Last month alone, push protection stopped over 1,000 secret leaks.
The users of GitHub are a spectrum of skills, goals, experiences, needs, and motivations.
AI is both learning from and serving open source developers.
Please go out there and become active in open source.
There are a lot of other ways people will use things.
With GitHub, anything is possible.